Chapter 103, I Am of the Night. King's Landing, 297 AC. Margaery cheered along with the crowd as Jon emerged victorious, the king's voice ringing out the loudest among them all. Yet, unlike the others, her applause was fueled not only by joy for his win but also by relief that he had come through unscathed. As she watched him accept the accolades, her expression shifted to worry, the cut above his eye looked deep, and the blood on his face nearly made her cry out. If her grandmother and Sansa hadn't grabbed her hands, she was certain she would have. Instead, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and looked back at her husband. Jon was gazing up at her, a smile on his face, which gave her hope that his injury wasn't too serious. As the king stood, Margaery scanned the crowd. Lord Jaime and the Lannisters appeared unconcerned, just like her grandmother. Joy and Sansa, however, seemed the most anxious of them all. "Congratulations, lad. Well done and well worth the wait," the king said, beaming. "Thank you, your grace," Jon replied. As the crowd erupted in cheers once more, he glanced back at Margaery and nodded before turning to leave. She was relieved that the day was finally over. As the crowd began to disperse, Margaery took Sansa's hand, and together with her grandmother and their guards, they made their way to the tents. Ahead of them, she spotted the Lannisters doing the same, with Joy nearly dragging her father to get there even faster. Margaery couldn't help but smile at the sight, knowing that Joy would give Jon a piece of her mind just as much as she and Sansa would. Upon arriving at the tent, she noticed Lord Jaime stepping out and heading off to where his wife was changing. Nervously, Margaery entered to find Joy sitting there, watching intently as the maester examined Jon's wound. Sansa met her gaze and nodded, prompting Margaery to rush over. She felt a wave of happiness when she saw Loras coming directly toward her. Her grandmother stood nearby, and Loras, looking completely unfazed, offered her a sense of relief. "He's fine, sister. Just a small cut, nothing to worry about," Loras reassured her. Margaery glanced at him, trying to determine if he was simply saying what she wanted to hear. "Are you sure, Loras?" she asked, still unsure. "I'm positive. It won't even leave a bigger scar, Marge. It's just the old one reopening," he explained. Margaery turned her attention back to Jon, who was making Joy laugh with something he said. It took a while before she could approach him, as Joy, Sansa, Jerian, Jenna, and Prince Tommen crowded around him, leaving her feeling slightly excluded. Eventually, the crowd began to disperse. Jon looked to Ser Barristan, who took Prince Tommen out of the tent, and the maester followed suit. Once it was only those who knew the truth, Jon rose and walked over to her. As he wrapped his arms around her, she felt herself relax into his embrace, but she quickly pulled back to inspect the cut for herself. It looked far too deep for her comfort, and the stitches the maester had used only made it appear worse. She noticed Jon trying to smile reassuringly at her, but her anger bubbled to the surface. He had been reckless, he had removed his helm and put himself at serious risk. "Why did you take your helm off? You know better than that, Jon. What were you thinking?" she asked, her voice sharper than she intended. I didn't mean to. I thought I'd have time to put it back on," he replied, sounding apologetic. "But you didn't, Jon. You risked far too much, even after promising me you wouldn't," she said, feeling a mix of concern and frustration. Despite the pain of seeing him like this, she felt he deserved her reprimand. "I'm sorry, Marge, truly. I had a plan. I saw an opening, and I'm sorry," he insisted. "What if it had been worse, Jon? What if you had been hurt more seriously? How do you think I would feel?" she said, her voice trembling with emotion. Around her, people would have laughed as the overcrowded tent tried to offer them some privacy. "I know, I'm sorry, Marge. I didn't think," Jon said, searching her eyes for forgiveness or at least acceptance. But she realized she wasn't ready to give him either just yet. "No, Jon, you did not," she replied, casting him a glance before turning to walk away. He reached for her hand, but she ignored him. Deep down, she knew she was overreacting. He hadn't been seriously hurt. Still, she couldn't shake the worry that lingered in her heart as she thought about how badly things could have gone. As she walked back with her grandmother and their guards, Sansa stayed with her brother for the moment. Margaery felt she had at least made her displeasure and concern clear. "You did very well in there, Margaery," her grandmother said. "Did I?" Margaery asked, unsure if she had done the right thing or if she had overreacted. "You did. He needs to learn that it's not just himself he risks, it's you, too. Wherever he goes, you follow, even if you can't fight beside him. He carries you with him, does he not?" "He does, grandmother, always," Margaery replied, meeting her grandmother's gaze. Her grandmother smiled and kissed her cheek. "Then he needs to be aware of this. Your rebuke will be far more effective than any of the others he'll receive today." "Others?" Margaery asked, curiosity piqued. "Oh, there will be others. He hasn't faced mine yet," her grandmother said, and Margaery smirked at that, recalling a few encounters of her own with her grandmother's reprimands. They arrived back at their manse to find her father, mother, and Willis had all arrived well before them. Willis came over to check on her, but Margaery wasn't in the mood to explain her feelings to anyone else right now. Instead, she glanced at her grandmother, who encouraged her to go on, and then she made her way to her room. Laying down on her bed, she tried to find some peace amidst the turmoil of her thoughts. Tears threatened to spill soon after, but Margaery wasn't sure if they were from her argument with Jon or from the relief that he wasn't seriously harmed. By the time Sansa returned to the manse, Margaery had regained her composure. When her friend came to see her, Margaery was eager to learn if Jon had said anything after she left. "How was he after I left, Sansa?" she asked, biting her lip. "Upset, I think. He was quiet, only really speaking to Joy and Ser Arthur," Sansa replied. "Did he not speak to you?" Margaery pressed. "He did, but he was apologetic. He was quiet. I think what you said." Sansa started, but Margaery interrupted. "I'm sorry, Sansa. I didn't mean." "No, you were right. Someone needed to say it to him. He needed to hear it, and I'm glad it was you," Sansa said firmly. "You are?" Margaery asked, surprised. It had to be you, Marge. Out of all of us, it had to be you." They chatted a bit longer, Sansa reassuring her that no one else was harmed and asking if Margaery would attend the feast that night. Margaery confirmed that she would. "Have you been to see your mother yet?" she inquired, and Sansa shook her head. Margaery knew better than to push her friend on that matter. Sansa had confided in her about her feelings toward her mother and how she still hadn't forgiven her for what she had said, even though Margaery knew she wished to. When a knock came at the door, Margaery briefly thought it might be Jon. Instead, she found her grandmother standing there, trying not to laugh at the put-out look on her face when her expression shifted. "Grandmother?" Margaery asked. "A note from the Queen. You're invited to tea tomorrow," her grandmother announced. Margaery nodded, knowing it was something she would have to endure, as she glanced at the note. "King's Landing, 297 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen." Joy had been angry with him, Jaime, Jerian, Jenna too, but from Joy, it was so rare that it had taken him aback. Hearing her confront him so simply and directly, and seeing the worry etched on her face, cut him deeply, more than any words he could have ever heard from Jaime, surprisingly. So when Margaery arrived, he felt a wave of relief. He needed her more than ever at that moment. It didn't surprise him that she was as angry with him as Joy had been. In fact, he had expected it. What he hadn't anticipated was his inability to ease that anger, to calm her down and reassure her. The clarity with which she expressed her feelings, followed by her decision to just walk away, hurt him profoundly. In that moment, he realized just how badly he had messed up. The fact that it hadn't been deliberate was no excuse. He had taken off his helm, thinking he would have the chance to put it back on, but he didn't, and things could have gone much worse. "I know," he said to Arthur as they walked away from the tent. "Jon. I know, demon. Nothing you say right now will make me feel better or worse." "I know." Thankfully, Arthur nodded in understanding. As they made their way through the streets to the tavern, he sensed someone approaching and turned to see Ghost racing ahead of Jor's, who was trying in vain to keep up. He was relieved when the white wolf slowed down before reaching him. Had he not, Ghost would have knocked him over with his momentum. Reaching down to rub Ghost's fur, Jay felt a wave of peace wash over him, easing his troubled heart. He knelt down to look into the wolf's eyes. "Thank you, Ghost," he whispered, chuckling when Ghost licked his face, prompting a little laugh from Arthur as well. The rest of the walk to the tavern was far more pleasant. Jay felt lighter, with more and more people turning to him and Ghost, pointing him out to others. He could hear their voices and the hushed whispers as they passed. "The White Wolf. Ser Jon. He won the melee, do you think he'll give up that prize also?" By the time they entered the tavern, he had heard it all. Even if it hadn't been his plan for the coin, it would have been now. They took a seat and waited, while Richard's man noticed them and got up to fetch him. Jay, Jors, and Arthur enjoyed a drink, while Ghost was given some meat to eat. Jon didn't see Richard enter, he only noticed the same man from before, who spoke to the serving girl and sent her over. "Perhaps you'd prefer to drink in private, Ser Jon?" the girl asked with a smile. Jon nodded in agreement. Once upstairs, he found Richard already waiting. Leaving Ghost at the door, he, Arthur, and Jors took a seat, and Jay began to prepare to tell them about Tarly and the reason he had removed his helm. "Your injury, it's not serious?" Richard asked. "No, Richard, just a flesh wound," Jon replied with a soft smile. "You were incredible out there, Jon. The crowd, the things they said about you," Richard said proudly. "I took off my helm for a reason, one I haven't shared with Arthur or Jaime yet," Jon admitted, glancing at Arthur. "Jon?" Arthur asked, intrigued. "Tarly, Richard." "I want you to meet with him," Jon said, noticing Arthur exchange looks with Richard. "You told him?" Arthur inquired. "Not exactly. I gave him enough clues to figure it out, and then I mentioned Richard and that I was my father's son," Jon explained, bracing himself for the inevitable argument. "How?" Arthur pressed. "What?" Jon replied, puzzled. "How did you give him clues?" "The helm makes sense, but that wouldn't have been enough," Richard said, eyebrows raised. "I sang," Jon said, and Richard burst into loud laughter while Arthur simply stared at him. That would do it." "Gods, I wish I could have seen Randyll's face," Richard continued to chuckle. "Richard," Arthur said, shaking his head. I know, Arthur. It was reckless, and the melee was no place for it. But it doesn't change that it's done now, and we have to deal with it, does it?" Richard replied. "I had to tell him, beating him wouldn't. I haven't gained anything from losing to a bastard." "No, this needed to be done," Jay said, looking determined. Arthur simply stared at him, processing the weight of his words. "I'll speak to Randyll. Once he knows the truth, he'll be on your side, Jon. But you'll need to tell Olenna as well," Richard added. I will." "Richard, which loyalist houses can we trust?" Jon inquired. "Besides those we already have, I think Celtigar and Sunglass could be reliable. I plan to speak with them after the tourney. I wouldn't risk the Graftons in the Vale or the houses in the Riverlands just yet," Richard replied. "How much of the Riverlands do you think we can count on?" Jay asked. "I believe Mallister, Blackwood, Bracken, Went, and maybe Mutun," Richard answered, glancing at Arthur, who looked incredulous. "You think we can trust all of them?" Arthur asked, raising an eyebrow. We've done a decent job with them. As for Edmure, well, after today, Richard chuckled. I want to talk to some of the others, Richard. Is Raymond here? Montford? Jay asked. Richard nodded. I'll speak to Olenna about the Reach, and I think I need to tell the great Jon, he said, drawing both men's attention. Is that wise, Jon? Arthur questioned, concern etched on his face. It's necessary, Arthur. I'll wait until we're ready to leave. It'll be the last thing I do, but I need to tell him, Jon insisted. As you say, Jon, Arthur replied, though his skepticism lingered. Can we get a message to Oberyn quickly? Jay asked, looking to Richard. Just Oberyn, or should we include Tyrion too? Richard responded. Both, Jay decided. I'll see to it. Your uncle, Jon, is set to marry. The letters should arrive in the next day or so, Richard informed him. Tyrion? Jon asked, a smile forming on his face. Eddard, Richard replied, and Jon's smile widened. The letters, for Sansa and Robb? Jon clarified. You and Bran too. I think he wishes to marry as soon as you can all get back north, Richard explained. I can't go, Richard. Much as I want to, I cannot. Can you get a letter? Have you spoken to him before they arrive? I'll see it done. They made their way back to the manse after discussing a few more things. Jay headed straight to talk to Jaime and the others while Arthur and Jorah followed. Soon, Walder relieved Jorah of his guard duties. He knew they would be heading to the feast very soon, and he hoped he would see Margaery there. Trying to keep busy throughout the day to forget how he had hurt her wasn't proving entirely successful. King's Landing, 297 AC, Catelyn felt that things hadn't gone to plan since her arrival. They had been welcomed well enough, though by Jon Arryn and not the king himself. Lisa had seemed happy to see them at first, but that mood shifted almost instantly. Peter had been far too busy to speak properly, and while she understood, it still annoyed her. When she heard that her children had arrived, she looked forward to seeing them and waited eagerly. The fact that one of them was still missing greatly frustrated her. Robb had come to see her briefly, hugging her and promising they would talk once the melee was over. Bran had arrived with her uncle, and while Brynden had made it clear he had no desire to be there, her son had almost run to her, making her heart swell with emotion. Look at you. Look how much you've grown, she said, kissing his cheek. I'm a squire now, mother. I've needed to grow, he replied, his voice sounding much older to her. Do you like it? Being a squire for my uncle? Do you enjoy it? She asked, and he nodded enthusiastically. Very much so, mother. I'll be a knight one day, like Jon. She frowned slightly but held her tongue for now, knowing her uncle was watching far too closely to reveal the truth about Jon's parentage. You'll come eat with me, won't you? She asked hopefully. Of course, mother, he said with a smile, and she kissed him again. Sansa had yet to show any sign of wanting to see her. In fact, when she spotted Catelyn, she rushed off to the bastard without so much as a nod. Catelyn knew exactly where she was headed, and the fact that the Rose of Highgarden and the Queen of Thorns accompanied her only deepened her sense of despair. It was nothing new, that bastard was ruining her visit here. What did he do? She exclaimed loudly when Lisa told her the news. He convinced the king to allow Prince Tommen to be his squire, Lisa replied, her tone incredulous. Both she and Edmure looked at their sister as if she'd lost her mind. How? He's a bastard. How could the king, how could Jon allow this? Edmure asked, bewildered. The prince has convinced himself that Ser Jon is the greatest knight in the realm, like Duncan the Tall returned. He's always telling tales about wanting to squire for the bastard, according to Peter, Lisa explained, glancing at Catelyn. But the king would never allow it, would he? Catelyn questioned. The king cares only for what he cares for, Cat. He's a savage. The bastard wagered he'd win both the melee and the joust with Prince Tommen as his squire, Lysa said. And the king allowed his son to squire over a wager? Catelyn asked, her disbelief evident. Aye, Lysa confirmed. Then we'll have to ensure he doesn't win, won't we? Edmure said, a smirk creeping onto his face. Catelyn watched in horror as the bastard shamed her brother once again. It only got worse when he went on to defeat Lord Tarly and others on his way to victory. Unlike Edmure, she understood that out on the field was not where Jon Snow would be humbled. She had tried that herself, only to see her plans thwarted. No, to humble someone without breeding, you needed to outshine them among their betters. As she dressed for the feast that evening, she began to strategize how she would confront this situation. Catelyn considered how she might reveal Jon Snow's true character in front of the king. Lysa had mentioned that Prince Tommen would only be squired by Jon during the tournament, but Catelyn couldn't shake her fears. If the prince was already taken with the bastard, Jon's victories would only strengthen Tommen's resolve. Her thoughts spiraled to dark places, and she wondered how Jon always seemed to anticipate her moves, thwarting her plans at every turn. Every time she made a move, he countered, leaving her bewildered. He had taken Robb and Sansa from her, disrupting her carefully laid plans for their matches. With Peter's help, she had managed to foil Jon's schemes regarding Bran, securing a match with a princess for her son. Yet, just as with Robb and the Rose of Highgarden, Jon was one step ahead again. He was countering Bran and Myrcella by getting close to the prince, and Catelyn began to see the paths unfolding before her. Bran would prevent Jon from taking Winterfell from Robb. His marriage to the crown would block that route for the bastard. But could a prince enchanted by Jon's charm overshadow that, just as Jon's friendship with the Tyrell boy had? Would he use Prince Tommen to rise beyond his station? Was it possible he would kill one prince to see another crowned? Given the nature of bastards, she suspected he might. As she prepared for the feast, Catelyn hoped to intervene before it was too late. "Cat, you look beautiful as always," Peter said as Edmure led her into the great hall. "Thank you, Peter. Will you be sitting with us?" she asked, smiling. "Would that I could, Cat. Unfortunately, I must sit with the Lord of the Vale, protocol," he replied, and she was relieved to see he looked just as disappointed as she felt. "Perhaps we can speak later?" she suggested. "It would be my pleasure, Cat," he said, kissing her hand. They made their way to their seats, the tension of the unfolding drama hanging in the air. Catelyn scanned the seating arrangements, taking in the tables filled with the various houses of the Riverlands. Each region had its own group, except for the north, which was seated with the west. She had hoped that Robb would be at her table, but instead, he was with the Manderleys and the Umbers, and the fact that they all sat at the Lannister table only fueled her irritation. The Lannisters had not yet arrived, which gave her a flicker of hope that they might not show up at all, though she knew deep down that it was a foolish thought. Sansa was seated nearby, laughing with Lady Margaery. Her daughter looked every bit the lady, and in Catelyn's eyes, even the Rose of Highgarden paled in comparison. What grated on her was that Sansa hadn't even turned to acknowledge her presence, and it annoyed her further that she was in the hall with 3 of her children, each separated but together. "The Lannisters," Edmure whispered, and Catelyn's gaze shifted to the entrance as they walked in. Lord Jaime held his wife's hand, and behind them, the others followed. For a brief moment, Catelyn felt a rush of happiness upon seeing the wound on the bastard's eye, but it quickly faded. She couldn't help but think how much easier her life would have been if that wound had been a little deeper. The thought brought more regret than joy. As whispers spread through the hall, people compared him to far better men. Just like the Bold. Or Lord Jaime. No, the Sword of the Morning. I tell you, we haven't seen the likes of him since Ser Arthur. Catelyn felt her anger rise, and she was grateful she wasn't holding a wine glass. She feared she might crush it in her grip. She plastered a smile on her face, just in case anyone glanced her way, and waited for the Lannisters to take their seats. Moments later, they were all required to rise when the king arrived. As she sat back down, her fingers began to drum against the table, and her mind raced a mile a minute. Catelyn struggled to think of a way to reveal the bastard for who he truly was. King's Landing, 297 AC, Sansa. Catelyn had to stifle a laugh when she noticed Margaery looking over at her. Jon had calmed down since earlier that day, and Catelyn could sense that Margaery felt some embarrassment over her earlier behavior. Sansa believed Margaery was entirely justified in her feelings and might have even beaten her to the punch. While she had been proud of Jon's victory and relieved that no one had been seriously injured, she was still furious with him. Now, however, she wanted to enjoy herself. So, she sat at the table, even if it was at her friend's expense. Willis seemed to be having fun, too, noticing where Sansa was looking. The table they were at was almost on the opposite side of the room from Jon's, with nothing but empty space between them. From their vantage point, they had an unobstructed view of Jon, and Sansa could see both Margaery and Jon exchanging glances that were far too tender for her liking. "You should speak to him," Sansa whispered to Margaery. "I'm still angry with him," Margaery replied, and Sansa resisted the urge to giggle. "No, you're not," she said, teasingly. "I should be," Margaery insisted. "Will you dance with him?" Sansa asked, noticing the spark in Margaery's eyes. "I can't go to him, Sansa." "He has to come to me," Margaery said, her tone serious. Sansa nodded. "Could you not ask him?" As the winner of the melee, it wouldn't be improper for a lady to invite him to dance, would it? But Sansa could see that wasn't what Margaery was worried about. "Will you speak to him for me?" "Ask him to ask me," Margaery said, almost pleadingly. I will," Sansa replied with a smile, which Margaery returned. She looked around the room and waved back when Bran waved to her, noticing he was happily sitting with her granduncle. When she turned to glance at the Rivellins' table, she found her mother's eyes on her. Though she wanted nothing more than to turn away, she instead offered a small smile. Her mother smiled back just as Sansa turned around, and then the king stood up, and the room quieted. "Ser Jon, come. The king wishes to speak to you," the king announced loudly. Sansa and the rest of the table turned to watch as Jon stood up from his seat and walked to stand in front of the king. Your Grace, Your Grace," Jon said, bowing as he first looked at the king and then at the queen. "A war wound, Ser Jon?" the king asked, pointing to Jon's eye. "A reminder not to remove a helm, Your Grace," Jon replied, eliciting laughter from the crowd. "You did a fine job out there, Ser Jon, just as you said you would. You entertain me and everyone in this room, isn't that right?" the king said, and Sansa heard the sounds of agreement and cheers echoing around the hall. "I owe it all to my squire, Your Grace. Prince Tommen told me who to watch out for, isn't that true, my prince?" Jon said, and Sansa watched as Prince Tommen puffed up with pride and smiled broadly at Jon. "It is, Ser Jon. I did what a squire is supposed to do for his knight," the prince said, prompting cheers for him as Sansa smiled at Jon's humility. "An excellent job, son. A good knight needs a good squire, and you've proven yourself true," the king said. Sansa couldn't quite place the emotion she heard in his voice, but she could see the pride shining on his face. "We'll do just as well in the joust, won't we, Ser Jon?" Tommen asked, and the room chuckled, laughing with the prince rather than at him. "With your help, we will, my prince," Jon replied, and Robert laughed heartily. "My lords, my ladies, I present to you the winner of the melee, Ser Jon and his squire, my son, Prince Tommen Baratheon," the king declared, encouraging the prince to rise. Like everyone else, Sansa cheered loudly, laughing as she saw Jon look to Prince Tommen and shrug his shoulders, causing the prince to laugh as he took his seat. Jon bowed to the king and queen before returning to his own seat, and then the feast began. Throughout the meal, Margaery kept glancing over at Jon's table, and Sansa felt a wave of relief wash over her when it finally ended. She stood up from her seat and immediately made her way to her brothers. Robb was being led to the dance floor by Winifred, and Sansa couldn't help but think that if she had waited just a moment longer, Jon would be dancing with joy. Instead, she reached him first and practically dragged him out onto the dance floor. Joy merely looked to Cregan, who took her hand, and soon even Willa joined in the dancing. Sansa smiled as she watched Loras approach Margaery to ask her to dance, and her smile widened when she noticed how Jon's eyes followed his friend. "She wishes you would ask her to dance," Sansa said as they began to move to the music. "I don't know if we should. She's angry with me. Besides, dancing with her once was one thing, more than once, and people might talk," Jon replied, looking uncertain. Sansa pinched his shoulder playfully. "What was that for?" Jon asked, turning to her. "For being an idiot. Don't think Margaery is the only one annoyed with you over today, Jon." "Sansa," he said softly. "No, we'll deal with my annoyance later. Right now, you're going to ask her to dance. No one here will think twice about the winner of the melee dancing with a lady. No one, Jon. Do you understand?" She stared at him intently. As he began to laugh, she opened her mouth to say something else, only to be interrupted when he kissed her cheek. "It seems I'm surrounded by cleverer people than I," he said, and when he kissed her cheek again, she looked at him in surprise. "Thanks, little sister," he added. They danced a little longer, and Sansa found herself glancing over at her mother's table, a frown etched on her face. Soon, Jon noticed where she was looking. "Have you spoken to her?" he asked gently. "No. Sansa. I don't know what to say to her, Jon. I don't know how I feel about her," she admitted, her gaze meeting his. "She's your mother, Sansa. Trust me, if I could speak to my own." He trailed off sadly. "Oh, Jon." She leaned in and hugged him, all thoughts of her mother momentarily forgotten. The dancing had come to an end for now. "Go speak to her. See if you can clear up what's between you," Jon encouraged. "And if we can't?" Sansa asked, her voice laced with worry. "Then it won't be because you didn't try, Sansa. It will be because of your mother, or because what she's done is something she feels no shame for." I'll talk to her." "And Margaery?" I'll do the same, little sister." As the dance concluded, Sansa smiled at Jon, feeling a bit more at ease. Nervously, she made her way to her mother's table, her uncle sitting there, watching as Jon approached Margaery. She wondered if he would say anything about Jon to her. He didn't. Instead, he simply smiled at her and welcomed her to their table before leaving her alone with her mother. "Mother," Sansa said, trying to steady her nerves. "Sansa, it's so good to see you. Let me look at you, my sweet girl. Look how you've grown." "It's good to see you too, Mother," Sansa replied, though her tone remained a bit stiff. "You too, Sansa," her mother said, smiling warmly. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, in the year 297 AC, Ser Gerald Dane, known as the Dark Star, had arrived after the melee was already decided. He had missed the competition that day. It was surprising to hear that the Bastard of Winterfell had won. The boy seemed too young to triumph in such a challenging field. Gerald felt a twinge of annoyance at the delay, knowing that had it not been for the weather, he could have claimed that prize himself. The thought of sheltering an extra night deprived him of the chance to test his mettle against the boy. Hearing others speak of the bastard only fueled Gerald's desire to see him in person. When they compared him to Arthur, his jealousy began to rise. He was meant to be the next sword of the morning, the one people spoke of in hushed whispers, not some bastard who got lucky. As he made his way to the feast that night, he looked forward to seeing his target and planning her downfall. Yet, once he arrived, it was the bastard who captured his attention. "Is he really that good?" Gerald asked the Marcher Lords. He sat with a thoughtful expression. "Better than they say," Lord Beric remarked. "You fought him, my lord?" Gerald asked, curiosity piqued. Beric smiled as he glanced at Thuras, who was seated beside him. I fought him when he was just a babe. You've heard of the tourney at Lannisport? That lad won the squires' duels there, and then the ones in King's Landing and Highgarden. Ser Jon is unmatched, Ser Gerald. Aside from Lord Jaime and the Bold, I doubt there's anyone even close, Lord Beric declared. Gerald felt his temper rise at the praise. Or maybe he just hasn't faced a worthy opponent yet, he growled. You think yourself such a man? Thuras asked, raising an eyebrow. I know I am such a man, Gerald replied with a confident smile. Watching as the king showered accolades on the bastard only fueled his annoyance. But it was what happened next that truly caught his attention. Ser Jon danced with a red-headed girl, who Gerald soon realized was his sister. Then, he watched as Jon approached the rows of Highgarden and asked her to dance. As he observed the two of them on the dance floor, a grin spread across Gerald's face. Two birds with one stone, he thought, enjoying the sight. He had seen that look on Arianne's face when they danced, lustful, eager. Either the bastard had already taken the Golden Rose's maidenhead, or she wished he would. Either way, it would suffice for Gerald. For him, killing her was a means to an end, he would take pleasure in achieving that end, or so he believed. But now, knowing he was taking something away from Jon Snow that he cared about, well, that was just a bonus. Does Ser Jon know the lady well? He inquired of Lord Beric, who looked at him oddly. Her brother squired for Lord Jaime alongside Ser Jon, Beric explained a moment later. Ah, that explains their dancing, Gerald said with a smile that seemed to put Beric at ease. He had planned to do some reconnaissance first, to find the perfect moment to strike and put the rose in the ground. He wondered if he could find them together, see them both at the same time. If he could confront Jon Snow directly after putting her down, would he be that lucky? Should he take that risk? Or should he let Jon find out later that it was he who took his love from him? That would be the best approach, he felt. The boy would seek him out and challenge him, and his victory would be more public that way. Today, they would celebrate the winner of the melee, and soon, they would be speaking his name. If Ser Jon was as good as they said, then the man who defeated him would only rise in reputation. He could build a legend by conquering a legend. It was what he would have done had Arthur lived, to challenge him, to see him fall, and to take Dawn for himself. To defeat the Sword of the Morning and then become the Sword, maybe this path would lead him there too. What's your name? He asked the dark-skinned girl as he sat in the brothel that night. Alayaya, she replied, smiling as she took the seat beside him. And yours? You can call me the Dark Star, he said, meeting her gaze. The Dark Star, she echoed. I am of the night, he said with a grin, reaching for some coins. In King's Landing, 297 AC, Willis found himself at a feast he would rather avoid. He disliked the crowds and preferred to share meals alone with his family, though his father rarely allowed that. More than the throngs of people, it was the dancing he truly detested. Sitting there while others took to the floor was difficult for him to endure. He didn't begrudge those who danced, in fact, he enjoyed seeing the smiles on his sisters and Sansa's faces as they twirled about. He wished he could join them or be the one to make them smile. Still, he was glad to see his sister in a far better mood than she had been. Jon was speaking softly in her ear as they danced. He knew his grandmother had advised Margaery to be wary of appearances, but he recognized that both his sister and Jon needed this moment, and looking at his grandmother, it was clear she did too. As he scanned the room, he realized he couldn't see Sansa anywhere, and he began to worry. Willis felt a growing worry for Sansa. Standing up, he nodded to his guards, ready to leave the table when his grandmother called out, "Willis?" "Sansa, grandmother," he replied, and she nodded as he walked away. As he glanced up at the high table, he noticed the prince sitting there, and a sense of relief washed over him. His gaze shifted to the Riverlands table, where Lady Catelyn was deep in conversation with her oldest son. He scanned the room once more, trying to spot anyone else Sansa might be with, but he couldn't think of anyone else who was missing. With another nod to his guards, they left the great hall and began walking through the corridors. It was the sound of voices that led him to her. Moving as quickly as he could, he approached the open doors to the balcony and listened intently as he got closer. "Your mother is only looking out for your best interests, Lady Sansa," a voice said. "Is she, Lord Baelish?" "Truly, how?" Sansa asked, her tone sharp. "By warning you of your half-brother's true intent, my lady. She wants to protect you before it's too late," Littlefinger replied. "My brother, Lord Baelish." "My brother, not my half-brother." "My brother," Sansa said, her anger simmering. "Of course, my lady. I was just repeating what your mother calls him," he explained. "Were you, my lord? Were you indeed? Lady Sansa, I fear we've gotten off on the wrong foot. I have no issue with Ser Jon. However, your mother believes, and the good book tells us, that bastards are covetous by nature. Is that not so? Is it, my lord? I find I have no interest in my mother's view of the good book. Since you mean less to me than she does, why would I have any interest in yours?" Sansa retorted, and Willis found himself stifling a chuckle. "Lady Sansa, I meant no offense," Littlefinger said. "Yet I am offended all the same, Lord Baelish." "Perhaps it's for the best if you leave me to my own devices," Sansa replied. Willis could almost hear the sigh from the Master of Coin echoing in his mind. "As you wish, my lady." "Forgive me for the interruption," Littlefinger said, turning to walk away. Willis caught a glimpse of the anger on the man's face as he left the balcony, but the practiced smile returned as he spotted Willis. "Lord Willis," Littlefinger greeted him, glancing back toward the balcony. "I'm afraid Lady Sansa is quite upset." The smile grew even more pronounced. "I'm sure she's feeling much better now, my lord," Willis replied, noticing the slight grimace on Littlefinger's face before he walked away. Willis approached the balcony to find Sansa leaning against the wall, her eyes closed and her arms wrapped around herself. At first, he thought she might be crying and instinctively moved toward her. But as he looked closer, he realized what she was doing. "Are we a wolf or a little bird today?" he asked gently. She opened her eyes and smiled when she saw him standing there. "A wolf. Today, I'm a wolf," Sansa replied. "Do you want to talk about it?" he asked. She simply shook her head. "Very well," he said, moving closer to her. He stood beside her, his guard stationed outside the door. Unlike the other night with Joffrey, it seemed this encounter had taken more out of her. She had been relieved to see him then, fearing what the prince might do while feeling utterly alone. Now, it was clear that something had upset her. During their conversations, Sansa had shared many things about her mother and her feelings toward Jon. Looking at her now, and considering what Littlefinger had just said, it was evident that something similar had happened again. As strong and clever as she was, Sansa was still just a young girl. Willis reached out and took her hand in his, watching as she looked down at it. As he held her hand and stood silently beside her, Sansa began to cry. "Hush, hush," he whispered, pulling her into his arms. "Why does she hate him so? Why can't she see what I see, what everyone else sees?" Sansa cried, her voice trembling. "I don't know, Sansa, but she's not you, and you'll never be her," he replied gently, as she sobbed against his chest. I won't. I'll never be like her, never," she insisted. He stroked her hair, waiting patiently until her tears began to subside. Once she was calmer, he reached into his pocket and handed her a handkerchief to wipe her eyes. Sansa looked up at him, and he nodded reassuringly, letting her know she hadn't made a mess. As they walked back to the great hall, he noticed her steps slowing. He stopped and looked down at her. "We don't have to go inside if you don't want to. We could head back to the manse instead, if that's what you wish." "No, I want to sit with my brother." "Will you sit with me?" she asked. "Of course," he said, feeling a surge of happiness at the sight of her smile. As they passed her mother, he caught her glare, which intensified as they approached Jon's table. But it only took a few minutes of sitting there for Sansa's mood to brighten, especially when Jon joined them. He sat down beside Sansa, and they all began to talk together. Willis admired her resilience, noting how much she had grown since arriving. The once naive girl had always possessed a fierce spirit, but the years with them had transformed her. Each time he looked at her, he was amazed. Now, he found himself smiling alongside her, imagining the woman she would become and hoping he would still be a part of her life when that time came. In King's Landing, 297 AC, Robb felt a warm welcome from his mother, who was particularly kind to Winifred, even if they didn't have much chance to speak during the feast. Robb enjoyed the festivities, and while he wasn't engaged in conversation with Winifred, he listened intently as others shared stories of his brother's victory. The king wasn't the only one impressed by it. Those closest to Jon had been equally amazed. Robb felt a mix of annoyance and concern about the risks he had taken. Lord Wyman had been unpredictable, leaving Robb uncertain about how to interpret his reactions. Winifred was more worried about his safety than anything else, which made their dances all the more special. But it was Sansa who occupied his thoughts the most. Early that morning, he had decided to visit the Tyrell's manse to speak with her and invite her to join him when he talked to their mother. "Lord Robb, what brings you here?" Lord Willis asked as he escorted Robb into the manse. "I came to speak to my sister, Lord Willis." "Is she here?" Robb replied. "She is, Lord Robb. You'll find her in the garden with Margaery. It may not be the rose garden, but at least it helps mask the city's smell, even if just for a little while," Willis said, guiding him toward the garden. "Jon says you breed the best horses in Westeros, my lord." "Winter, she was one of yours, was she not?" Robb inquired. "Aye, she was. Though as fine a horseman as your brother is, I think he contributes as much as the horse does," Willis answered. "Ah, here we are." Sansa was sitting with Margaery and a few other girls. When she saw him, a look of confusion crossed her face. "Robb?" she asked. "Sansa, Lady Margaery, ladies," he greeted, hoping he had remembered his courtesies correctly. "Lord Robb," Margaery responded, while the other girls looked at him with curiosity. "Sansa, I was hoping we could speak," he said. Sansa stood and walked over to him, leading him to a quieter part of the garden while Willis took her place beside Margaery. Once they had moved a bit further away, Sansa stopped and looked at him, her expression a mix of curiosity and intrigue, waiting for him to explain his visit. "Robb?" she prompted. "Sansa, last night, what happened?" he asked gently. She lowered her gaze to the ground. "With what?" she replied, her voice soft and quieter than usual. "Hey, Sansa, you seemed upset. What happened? Did someone say or do something to you?" Robb asked, stunned when she smiled and hugged him back. "Sansa?" "It's nothing, Robb," she replied, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. But he could tell she was lying. "Please, Sansa, tell me." She looked down at the ground for a moment, then nodded. "I spoke to Mother, trying to make things right between us. But no sooner had we sat down than she started speaking ill of Jon again. She said he used some trick to beat Uncle Edmure in the melee. The only trick he used out there was skill. I only caught part of the fight, but Edmure came at him with two others, and Jon beat them all," Robb said, laughing at the absurdity. "I know. I told her that, pointed out how quick she is to disparage Jon and challenge his honor, yet she had no issue with Uncle Edmure using two friends to go after him. But that wasn't the worst of it, Robb." "What else did she say, Sansa?" he asked, trying to keep his voice steady. "She told me again how she wishes to take Winterfell from you and that now she plans to use Prince Tommen to do it." Robb reached out and gently lifted her chin, making her meet his gaze. I'm sorry, Sansa. Perhaps the next time you speak with Mother, I should go with you. I don't want to speak to her, Robb. Every time I do, it turns into the same thing, a crazy tale of how Jon is plotting against us and how he's not to be trusted. I just want to scream at her and tell her the truth, but I know I can't. I know she can't be trusted with it. No, she can't. Will you come see her with me today? Just the two of us. Let her bring up Jon again if she wants, we'll be there together. Maybe we should even play alone. Robb? Let her think we're starting to see things her way, and then we can get the full truth of what she really thinks. Out in the open, Robb began. Last night, Winifred and I spoke with her, and she was most pleasant, Sansa. I realize now that after your conversation with her, she was just putting on a show for me. What if we find out exactly how she really feels? We could uncover the truth once and for all. You would do that? Sansa asked, surprised. Jon is family, Sansa. I think we need to know for sure where Mother stands, he replied. She hugged him tightly. Thank you, brother. Thank you for listening to me, she said softly in his ear. Always, Sansa. They walked back to where Margaery and the others were gathered. Sansa informed Margaery and Willis that she would be joining Robb to visit their mother. Margaery said she would visit the orphanage alone. I didn't realize you had plans. We could go later, Robb suggested when he heard her. No, I think we should do this now. Besides, I told Margaery that perhaps she should go to the manse and have Jon accompany her, Sansa said with a smile as they left the manse. In King's Landing, 297 AC, Margaery had meant to ask Jon to come with her the night before. However, they had been so caught up in making amends after their argument, trying to avoid drawing too much attention, that she hadn't had the chance. This morning, she felt that perhaps she should just go by herself. But as she was breaking her fast, Sansa asked if she could join her. Margaery arranged it with her cousins and Mira for all of them to go together. As with so many things, just because you make plans doesn't mean you can carry them out. Just like the previous night, these plans also changed. Robb decided to join them, and Sansa agreed to go with him to see their mother. Margaery felt a little disappointed until Sansa sat beside her and began to whisper excitedly in her ear. Why not have Jon go with you? Both of you had the idea, and you're the ones who ensure the supplies are sent, aren't you? Robb said. What if he has plans? I'm sure he'll cancel them for you, Sansa replied, a little smirk playing on her lips. Margaery giggled. Sansa, we both know who you'd rather spend the day with anyway. Besides, I don't think Eleanor, Mega, or even Mira actually wanted to go to the orphanage. I overheard them talking about watching the knights practice for the Jousts. Sansa nodded, realizing that Mega would definitely prefer to see the knights. After Sansa and Robb had left, Margaery turned to her cousins and decided to speak with her grandmother. Willis accompanied her as she sought her out. When she found her grandmother, she was preoccupied, reading a note that seemed to absorb her attention. Margaery noticed Willis looking at them both with concern. Grandmother? Margaery asked, and it took a moment for her grandmother to respond. What? Oh, sorry, sweetling. I was just. What is it? Is something wrong, grandmother? Margaery inquired. What? No, you were looking for me for something, her grandmother replied. I was. Sansa and Robb have gone to see their mother, and I've allowed Eleanor, Mega, and Mira to watch the knights. I was going to see if Jon wanted to join me when I visit the orphanages. Margaery half expected her grandmother to tell her why she couldn't. Very well. You should bring Jon back here with you when you return, Margaery. I need to speak with him, her grandmother said, and Margaery looked at her with intrigue. Are you sure there's nothing wrong, grandmother? No, sweetling. We'll talk later. Knowing her grandmother often thought far ahead of her, Margaery accepted it for now. She was more eager to see Jon and spend time with him than to uncover her grandmother's thoughts. With the girls gone, it also meant she wouldn't need such a large escort of guards. It would just be 3, rather than the 6 or 7 she usually brought. Margaery had always enjoyed her visits to the orphanage, but she couldn't shake the feeling that the children were wary of the guards watching her, especially when they got too close. With Jon by her side, she felt a sense of security. He would either stay close or let Ghost act as her protector. She recalled how the children had found the direwolf far more tolerable than the guards on her last visit with him. "I think we shall walk," she said to her guards, who exchanged puzzled glances. "The Lannister manse is just up the street, and we can ride from there if need be." They nodded in agreement. Just as she reached the gate, Margaery remembered Jon's present and asked her guards to wait while she hurried back inside to retrieve it. The small box was still at the bottom of her chest where she had left it. Unlike Flea Bottom or the busier streets of the city, this area was patrolled by the Gold Cloaks, who kept the streets mostly clear of beggars and hungry children. However, a few still managed to sneak in close to the wealthiest residents. As Margaery walked toward the Lannister manse, she noticed a couple of them lurking nearby. She approached them, reaching into her purse, her fingers already wrapped around some coppers to hand out. But as she turned, a man rushed past her, nearly knocking her to the ground, his hands clutching her purse. "Stop! Thief!" 2 of her guards shouted as they chased after him. "Are you hurt, milady?" Sam asked, helping her up. "No, Sam, I'm well," she replied with a soft smile. But that smile quickly turned to horror as a sword pierced through Sam's face, splattering her with blood. In another part of King's Landing, the Dark Star was taking advantage of his anonymity. At the feast, he had learned much about his target. It was clear to him that she and Jon Snow were either in a relationship or wished to be. He had picked up bits of information from random conversations about the Rose of Highgarden, as well as through more direct means. Doran had also given him insights to work with, including that the lady genuinely cared. He had always cared for the poor and downtrodden, often visiting Flea Bottom to be among them. After leaving the brothel, he returned to his rooms and began to devise a plan, believing Flea Bottom to be the most likely location. Given the area's reputation, it could easily be made to seem random, although he worried he might stand out a bit too much. Deciding to investigate that morning, he strolled through the narrow streets. It quickly became clear that Flea Bottom was ill-suited for his purpose. The escape routes were too complicated, and even if he changed his appearance, he would still attract too much attention. He needed a different location, so he made his way toward the manses, searching for a more suitable spot for an ambush. "Which way is the Tyrell manse?" he asked a Gold Cloak patrolling the streets. "What business do you have with the Tyrells?" the Gold Cloak replied. "I need to speak to Lord Willis about horses," he responded. The man nodded and pointed him in the right direction. As he approached the manse, it became clear that sneaking inside would be impossible. The place was heavily guarded. Watching the people leave, he noted the number of guards accompanying each of them and began to think this task might be futile. Even a swordsman of his reputation would struggle against 5 or 6 men. Then, he spotted some children, and an idea sparked in his mind. He hurried back to Flea Bottom, where he quickly found the pickpocket he had in mind. As he approached, the man looked ready to bolt. "I'm not here to cause you trouble, friend. I have a proposition, a way for you to earn some real coin," he said, holding up his purse. "Doing what?" the pickpocket asked, eyeing the purse greedily but regarding him with suspicion. "Doing what you do best. I need a specialist like you for a job. The purse and what's inside this one are yours to keep," he said with a smile. "Both of them?" the man asked, his eyes widening. Gerald nodded and tossed the purse to him, watching as his eyes lit up at the sight of its contents. "Is the other as heavy as this one?" "Maybe heavier, but you have to do exactly as I say, and only when I give the nod." I can do that," the scruffy man replied. Gerald knew he would need to clean him up, so he led him to a tavern to make that happen. They returned to the manse early enough, but Gerald worried he might have already missed her or that she wouldn't leave today. He wasn't keen on spending too much time with Carl the pickpocket. The man seemed to think they were friends and was far too talkative. You and I, sir, we could go into business for ourselves and make a pretty decent score in places like this, Carl suggested. Perhaps, if you do this job well, I'll consider it, Gerald said, though he had no intention of actually partnering with him. It seemed wise to keep Carl on his side for now. As you say, sir. Will the guards chase us? Carl asked. They will at first, but they won't chase you for long, Gerald replied with a smirk. As he watched a red-haired girl and boy leave with their guards and 2 wolves, Gerald felt a sense of relief that Margaery wasn't with them. Facing men was one thing, but looking at the size of the 2 beasts accompanying the Stark siblings made him uneasy. He sighed when he saw the next group leave. 8 guards and a cluster of ladies was far too big to handle. Again, he was relieved to see that Margaery wasn't among them. But when she finally did appear, he could hardly believe his eyes. 3. That was all she brought with her. With just 3, he didn't even need the pickpocket's help. Yet, when he saw her speaking to the children, he gave Carl the nod and nearly burst out laughing as 2 of them chased after the man. Amateurs, he thought as he made his move. The guard they had left behind was practically begging to be killed. Who are you? The guard asked. Why? Margaery inquired as he pulled the sword away from the man's face. I am of the night, he replied with a smile, raising his sword. King's Landing, 297 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen. He moved quickly, dodging the strike and spinning away before moving in again. Jaime's blade was faster than he had ever seen, yet Jay found himself blocking it more and more. He could see the openings, but they were just beyond his reach, so he decided to wait for opportunities that were more suited for him. He landed the first hit, then the second, and as he went for a third, he almost laughed at the trap he had fallen into. Jaime was smiling as he disarmed him, and both of them breathed heavily once the sparring session was over. Moving over to the mugs, Jay nodded to Arthur, who took a seat beside them. I didn't see it, Arthur said, and Jaime nodded in agreement. Sometimes you have to appear weak when you're strong, Jon. Lure your opponent in, Jaime advised. About the melee, Jon began, looking at Jaime. What about it? Jaime asked, prompting Jon to take a deep breath. Did it look as reckless as I think it did? It did, Jaime confirmed. It wasn't reckless, I mean it was, but it wasn't. I had a plan, Jaime. I really did plan it out, Jon insisted. Explain it to us, Jon, Jaime encouraged. With Small Jon, I riled him up, made him angry, Jon started. What about Edmure? Arthur interjected. The man's a fool. You don't plan to beat a fool, you just beat him, Jon said with a laugh, pleased to see both of them join in. And Tarly? Jaime asked. I saw an opportunity. Had I beaten him, that alone wouldn't bring me any gain. Sure, he might respect me a little more when he found out the truth, but he'd still be shamed he was beat by a bastard, Jaehaerys said, taking a swallow of water. So you sang? Jaime asked, a smile spreading across his face. I used it, Jaime. I used who I am, both to throw him off his game and to bring him into ours. That's why you took the helm off? Arthur inquired. I had intended to put it back on, but he needed to see my face, Jaehaerys replied, and Arthur nodded in understanding. Tarly is a loyalist, Jaime. Knowing that a son of Rhaegar lives, bringing him into our fold helps us, Arthur stated, and Jaehaerys noticed Jaime nodding reluctantly. Olenna? Jaime asked. I had Richard send her a note. I'll speak to her later today and tell her the full story, Jaehaerys said as Arthur looked at him expectantly. The giant, Jon? Arthur asked. I made an error there. I should have been beaten, my blows weren't as effective as I had hoped, Jaehaerys admitted, and Jaime nodded in agreement. Thuras? Jaime pressed. What did it look like? Jaehaerys asked. Like the flames on his sword got out of control, Jaime replied, shaking his head as if recalling the moment. The blood from this, Jaehaerys said, reaching up to touch his wound. It dripped in, and the flames grew. Melisandre told me there is power in king's blood, mine most of all. I've seen it with the flames, the glass candles, even with the eggs. Fire and blood is more than just words, Jaime, Arthur. The truth was always there, and we forgot it. He reached up to his head again. Jon. Ghost. Where's Ghost? He shouted, beginning to run, with Jaime and Arthur trailing behind him. He nearly crashed into the gate in his haste, his eyes closed as he searched for Ghost, the white wolf lingering on the outer fringes of his mind. Pack, he felt the wolf say, and he ran even faster, racing down the streets with Arthur, Jaime, Jorah, and Walder now following closely behind. He had no idea which direction he was going, whether it was the right one, or why he had turned here instead of there. All he knew was that he had to find Ghost. Jaehaerys felt the adrenaline surging through him as he ran faster than he ever had before, fully aware that time was slipping away. Then, he saw Ghost ahead, a white blur darting through the chaos. Pushing himself even harder, he rounded the corner, only to stop in horror at the scene unfolding before him. He didn't recognize the man standing there, nor the body sprawled on the ground. But the woman the man was poised to strike was all too familiar. Everything around him seemed to slow down. Ghost was still too far away, and despite his speed, Jaehaerys realized he wouldn't reach her in time. The sword was drawn back, ready to deliver a fatal blow, and even from this distance, he knew the outcome would be devastating. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, and in that darkness, he found himself looking into Margaery's terrified gaze. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she whispered his name. Whether she recognized him from afar, saw Ghost approaching, or simply sensed that this could be her last moment, Jaehaerys couldn't tell. But as the sword hung in the air, he felt a surge of determination. He didn't care about the pain coursing through his arm, he only focused on the sound of the sword clattering to the ground. With a blink, he moved again, racing toward her as the man writhed on the ground, Ghost having torn his arm from its socket. Jaehaerys shouted to Margaery, urging her to look at him. By the time he reached her, Ghost had secured his grip around the man's neck, and he quickly enveloped Margaery in his arms as she sobbed against his chest. It's all right, it's all right. I'm here, he repeated, trying to soothe her. I. She cried, the fear still evident in her eyes as he gently pulled her away from the lifeless body. Jaime, Arthur, and the others were now arriving, their presence a mix of urgency and confusion. I've got you, Margaery. Look at me, I've got you, he insisted, holding her tightly as the Gold Cloaks and the gathering crowd began to close in. Chapter 104, To Joust or Not to Joust, that is the question. King's Landing, 297 AC. Jaehaerys Targaryen felt a fear unlike any he had ever known. Sure, he had experienced fear before, but nothing compared to the terror that gripped him when he saw that sword raised in the air. The thought that he might not make it, and that Ghost might not make it, almost brought him to his knees. But then, a fire ignited within him. In an instant, he was warging, and before he knew it, he was looking down into Margaery's face, her fear mirroring his own. Stopping the sword took everything he had, and even feeling the man's pain as Ghost sank his teeth into the attacker's arm wasn't enough to pull him away. It was only the sound of the sword clattering to the ground that freed him from that moment. He held Margaery close, whispering that he was there for her, turning her away so she wouldn't have to see the man lying on the ground. But there was another reason for his actions, he wanted to witness the man's demise. Ghost's teeth punctured the man's neck, blood spraying out, creating a gruesome scene beside the severed arm. When Jaime, Arthur, and the others arrived, Jay began to move with Margaery, but the Gold Cloaks showed up at the same time. He watched them assess the situation, shifting their gaze from him to Ghost, from Margaery to the bodies scattered on the ground. He prayed they wouldn't try to stop him from leaving. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. His concern for his wife was overshadowed by a rising anger as one of the Gold Cloaks stepped forward. "You need to explain this. You both have to come with us," the man said, looking directly at him. Jay felt Margaery lean even closer, seeking comfort. "You do not want to interfere with me," Jay replied, his jaw clenched and his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the man. "I need you to come with me," the Gold Cloak insisted, reaching out a hand to halt his progress. "Get away from me, now," Jay warned, pushing past him. Whether it was the tone of his voice or the fierce presence of Ghost, the Gold Cloak hesitated, sensing the danger that loomed. Covered in blood, Ghost was snarling at the man as Jaehaerys watched him retreat. Behind him, he heard Jaime speaking to the leader of the Gold Cloaks. Jaehaerys, Margaery, Arthur, and Walder moved down the street, Ghost walking alongside him for added protection. All the way back to the Tyrell manse, Margaery remained silent, her head tucked close to his chest, his arms never leaving her. Upon arriving at the manse, he noticed the guards rushing back, both stopping abruptly when he met their gaze. "Demon, find out what happened from them," he instructed, and Arthur nodded as he walked through the gate. "Sam," Margaery whispered beside him. "What's that, my love?" he replied, looking down at her. "He killed Sam," she said, and Jaehaerys held her tightly as they moved toward the door. "I'm so sorry, Marge," he murmured, spotting Willis approaching, his cane hitting the ground rapidly as he moved far too quickly for a man with a limp. "What happened, Marge?" "Jon, what happened?" Willis asked, concern etched across his face. "I think you should find your grandmother and your mother." "She's unharmed, Willis, but there was an attack." "Find them, and we'll speak," he said, and Willis nodded in understanding. Jaehaerys led Margaery to her room and called for the servants to fetch some water to clean the blood from Ghost's fur, aware of how the wolf must appear to those around them. Once inside the room, he felt her throw her arms around him, and she began to cry in earnest. He stood there, allowing her to sob against his chest. Lifting her into his arms, he carried her to her bed and laid her down gently. Margaery turned away from him, facing the wall. He stroked her hair, feeling her breathing gradually calm, and whispered reassurances that she was safe and that he would never allow anyone to harm her. As he promised her, he closed his eyes and prayed to the old gods, hoping to keep that promise true. Olenna and Willis were the first to arrive. Jaehaerys braced himself for the questions. "What happened? Is my granddaughter hurt?" Olenna's concern was palpable, and Jay felt Margaery shiver against his hand. "She's unharmed, Lady Olenna, but perhaps she needs something to help her rest," he suggested, hoping she could read the urgency in his eyes. A moment later, she sent for some dream wine. Jay could see that Olenna wanted to sit by Margaery, but when he moved to step aside, he felt his wife grip his hand. He looked back at Olenna, who nodded. Instead of leaving, he shifted further up the bed, keeping his hand on Margaery's back, allowing Olenna to sit close to her. When the servant returned with the dream wine, Jay watched as Willis mixed it with berry juice before handing him the glass. "Marge, you should drink," he said softly. She turned her head from the wall and looked up at him, her eyes red from crying. "Please, for me," he urged. She accepted the glass and drank it down. Leaning forward, he kissed her gently on the cheek, watching as she turned back to face the wall. Thankfully, by the time Allery and Mace arrived, Margaery was asleep. Mace's loud proclamations were swiftly silenced by Olenna before they could disturb her. "What happened to my daughter?" "I'll see this whole city ransacked to find those responsible," Mace shouted. "Oh, please shut up, Mace. Let her sleep, she needs it," Olenna replied, her gaze stern. I don't wish to risk not being here when she awakens, my lady. Perhaps we could speak away from the bed? Jay suggested. Olenna nodded and had the servants prepare some chairs for them. Jay glanced at Ghost, who was by the water, and noticed Allery looking at the wolf too, her face crinkling at the sight of blood. He wished he'd had time to clean it up. Moving his hand from Margaery's back, he stood and walked with Olenna to the chairs, watching as she invited everyone to sit. What happened, Jon? Olenna asked as soon as they sat down. I was in the gardens of the manse, my lady, when I sensed something was wrong. Lord Jaime, Ser Demon, Sirs Walder and Jors, and I left to investigate. When we found Margaery, one of her guards had been attacked, and a man seemed poised to strike her, Jon explained, glancing at Olenna, signaling that he would share more once they were alone. Who was this man? Where is he? I'll have his head for this, Mace shouted, his anger palpable, while Allery took her husband's hand in a comforting gesture. The man is dead, my lord. It seems we arrived just in time. Lady Margaery was unharmed physically, though she did witness one of her guards being killed and saw the man ready to attack her. One of her guards? Where were the others? Olenna pressed. I do not know, my lady. When we returned here, 2 guards came running. I've asked Ser Demon to speak to them. The one who died was called Sam, I believe. Franklin's boy, Allery said sadly. Where were the damn gold cloaks? Mace asked, his frustration growing. They arrived later, my lord. They wanted to speak with me and Lady Margaery, but I put them off for now. Thank you, Ser Jon, for everything, Allery said, and Mace nodded in agreement. I think this has rattled Lady Margaery badly, my lady. On the way back here, I thought it might be best if I'm here when she awakens, so she doesn't feel any worse than she already does. I don't think, Mace began. I think that's an excellent idea, Ser Jon. It's far better that she wakes up to the face of the man who brought her here than thinks she's been abandoned, Allery interjected with a smile. My love, it's not proper. Mace replied, still hesitant. I would, of course, never be alone with Lady Margaery, my lord, Jon assured him, noticing Mace looking at his mother and then at his wife before finally nodding in agreement. As the Tyrells stood to walk toward Margaery, Jon leaned in and whispered to Olenna, telling her he was going to speak to Arthur. He promised to explain everything a little later, including what he had discovered and what he had chosen to leave out. As he walked toward the door, he glanced back at Ghost, who was sitting quietly, and then stepped outside to find Arthur. He needed to uncover who this man was and who had sent him. King's Landing, 297 AC, Jon Arryn had never been fond of tournaments, yet he had been looking forward to this one. The Lannisters had suffered a setback in Essos due to Illyrio, and he hoped to see them and the Tyrells humbled a bit. But right from the very start, everything began to unravel. First, there was the shocking incident involving Viserys' severed head and the gruesome replacement left in its place. Even now, Jon wasn't certain which aspect troubled Robert more. It seemed the king was fixated on the idea of having Dragonspawn supporters lurking among them. Then there was Jon Snow, somehow managing to convince his foolish foster son to allow a prince of the realm to squire for a bastard. Neither he nor the queen could sway Robert's mind. Not only was Jon Snow Ned's boy, how he loathed that phrase, but the bastard had also caught the king's attention with a wager. He had once again managed to win a fight in front of Robert and had given credit to the prince, making Jon's job that much harder. On top of all this, Jon was annoyed by the silent war between his wife and his good sister, and Illyrio's abrupt departure added to his worries. If it weren't for the letter his man had delivered, confirming that Illyrio had left on his ship, Jon might have truly fretted about their benefactor. With Illyrio's newfound importance to the realm, they couldn't afford to lose him. Shaking his head, he almost laughed. Illyrio had proven himself a true friend of the crown, and yet here he was, worrying over nothing. My lord, Maester Gorman said as he took his seat at the table. Jon waited for him to continue. Jon waited impatiently for the rest to arrive, eager to wrap up the meeting. Grandmaster, he said with a nod. Soon, Stannis, Peter, Renly, and Lomas joined him, and even Jon was taken aback when King Robert strode in, looking far happier than he had in days. Your Grace, Jon said, feeling a twinge of annoyance as Robert chuckled. What is it, Jon? Surprised to see me here? I came at Lomas's request, the king replied, glancing at the Master of Whisperers. Forgive me, my lord. I had hoped to speak with you, but his grace asked me to keep him informed on this matter, Jon explained. Very well, Lomas. Please, don't let me stop you, Jon said, turning his attention to the larger man. As per his grace's instructions, I've been investigating the theft of Viserys Targaryen's head, Lomas began. Fucking dragon spawn. It's not just his head, is it? Robert interjected. No, your grace. We haven't been able to recover his body either. Ha. At least the damn thing raced through the streets, Robert laughed. Indeed, your grace. As I was saying, I've been looking into this, and I'm now convinced that it's the work of the Whispering Skull, Lomas continued. Robert raised an eyebrow. The Whispering what now? The Whispering Skull, your grace. Someone I've been encountering more frequently, someone in the same line of work as myself, Lomas explained. You're telling me there's another Master of Whisperers operating in my kingdom? Robert's anger was palpable. I believe so, your grace. Though I cannot say for certain who he's working for or what his ultimate goal is. Then what the hell can you say? Robert asked, taking a swig of his wine. That I believe this man is responsible for the theft of Viserys' head and body, and he may also be behind the white stag being placed in its place, among other things. What other things? Renly inquired. I suspect this man may have been involved in the deaths of Grand Maester Pycelle, and perhaps others as well. All of the other maesters and Lord Varys, Lomas said, prompting gasps from the group, though Peter chuckled. Is he also responsible for his grace's victory at the Trident? Really, Ser Lomas, I think you give this man far too much credit. Even if he existed, how could he possibly pull off such things? Peter asked, glancing at Jon, who nodded in agreement. I believe he's a faceless man, Lord Baelish, Lomas replied, causing Peter's smile to vanish. What evidence do you have of this? Stannis inquired, but before Lomas could respond, there was a knock on the door. Your Grace, my lords, forgive me, but Ser Jacelyn wishes to speak with you, Ser Preston announced, peeking into the room. Tell him to wait his turn, Robert growled, and Jon watched as Ser Preston moved to do just that. Your Grace, if Ser Jacelyn is willing to interrupt this meeting, then he must carry news of great importance, Jon said, and Robert reluctantly nodded. Moments later, Ser Jacelyn Bywater stepped into the room and approached the table. Ser Jacelyn? Jon prompted. Your Grace, Lord Hand, forgive my interruption. There's been an attack, Your Grace, on Lady Margaery Tyrell. A man killed one of her guards and attempted to kill Lady Margaery, Ser Jacelyn reported. Is the lady harmed, Ser? Peter asked, concern etched on his face. No, my lord. Apparently, Ser Jon Snow and the White Wolf arrived just as the attack was happening, Ser Jacelyn explained. Is Ned's lad hurt? Robert asked, worry creeping into his voice. No, Your Grace. He and the wolf were unharmed, though he refused to let me question him or the lady. Lord Jaime informed me that he would see Ser Jon once Lady Margaery was situated. Where is Ser Jon now? Stannis asked. He left with Lady Margaery, my lord. He and the wolf, along with his guards, escorted her back to her family, Ser Jacelyn replied. A true knight indeed, Renly joked, earning a glare from Robert. A lad doing a knight's duty, living up to his oath. Would that there were more like him, Robert remarked, his voice filled with a mix of admiration and frustration. Jon smiled before glaring at Renly again. The man who carried out the attack, do we have any idea who he is, Ser Jacelyn? Stannis asked. No, my lord. The man himself was killed during the attack. Very well, Ser, keep us informed, Jon replied. The knight bowed and left. Jon found himself resisting the urge to laugh. It seemed the Tyrells had enemies beyond him, and he wondered who they might be. Could there be common ground to find? Part of him almost wished that the lady had fallen, or that Ser Jon had, or even both. His gaze drifted around the table to where Ser Lomas sat. Find out who was behind this attack, Ser Lomas. We can't have the daughters of great houses attacked, especially not during his grace's tourney, Jon commanded, and Robert gave him a quick nod. Truth be told, he didn't care about who had attacked the Golden Rose, he only knew that he would soon be visited by the fat oaf demanding some form of justice. As if the life of the attacker wasn't justice enough. He lamented the fact that Jon Snow was far too favored by the king. If he hadn't been, perhaps there would have been a way to use his actions against him. But he knew that was a forlorn hope. The king, like his son, had fallen for the idea of a bastard knight. In King's Landing, 297 AC, Sansa walked with Robb, along with Grey Wind and Fong, toward the Red Keep. She was worried about what her mother might say. Just the night before, it had taken her mere moments to disparage Jon, blaming him for wrongs he hadn't committed and would never conceive. She had run him down for his actions in the melee, in the throne room, and at the feast itself. Sansa struggled to understand what her mother saw in Jon. If that hadn't been enough to almost ruin her night, her run-in with Lord Baelish certainly would have. She remembered how Fong and Ghost had reacted to him, and how that had shaped her view of the man. It didn't take long for him to reinforce that view, doing her mother's bidding even if. He veered off from his original path midway through, and she could easily see what he was doing. It was almost amusing that he thought she would fall for it. He had come to speak with her at her mother's request, then sympathized with her, claiming he felt differently than she did. There was a time when she couldn't understand people's true natures, when she couldn't see the lies woven into their words. Jon was right about the wolves, they could sense things even if she could not. However, her years with Margaery and Olenna, along with her time spent with Willis, had given her insight as well. As they drew closer, she found herself smiling at the thought of Willis, how he had held her hand and been there for her once again. Sansa? Robb said from beside her. What? She replied. You're smiling, he said, looking at her with curiosity. Wow, you really are observant, she said, rolling her eyes and giggling. I am. It's good to see. What is? She asked. You smiling, he said, and she smiled even more as they walked into the Tower of the Hand. As soon as they entered, they spotted Summer sitting forlornly in the corner. The wolf ran to greet his brother and sister when he saw them. Bran is here, she asked, and Robb turned to the guard. My brother, that's his wolf. Is he here? Robb inquired. I believe he broke his fast with Lady Lisa and Lord Robert, along with the lady's brother, sister, and uncle, my lord, the guard replied. Very well, Robb said, and they began to ascend the steps. The guard stepped forward before looking at them both. Lady Lisa doesn't wish the wolves too close to Lord Robert, my lord. The wolves are friendly, surely she wouldn't refuse, Sansa said, but the guard shook his head. Reluctantly, they left the wolves with Summer, though she noticed that the other wolves seemed much happier now. They made their way up the stairs and were shown to a large door, then led inside. Sitting at the table were her mother, uncle, aunt, granduncle, and Bran, all gathered together. Sansa looked over at her mother. Hello, Sansa, Robb, her mother said, frowning briefly before a smile broke through. Mother, we came to join you if you'd like, Sansa offered, and her mother's smile became more genuine as she invited them both to sit. Aunt Lisa, Uncle Edmure, Uncle Brynden, Robb greeted their relatives with a nod. Sansa felt relieved he addressed them. She wasn't quite sure what to call their granduncle. "It's good to see you, nephew." "You too, niece," Edmure replied warmly. "You too, uncle," Sansa said, giving him her best smile. The rest of the meal felt a bit awkward, leaving Sansa to wonder if they had interrupted some important conversation. She noticed how their granduncle spoke very little to her mother or her uncle and aunt, instead seeming to listen intently whenever they spoke to Bran, and now engaging Robb in conversation. Bran, on the other hand, was animated, sharing stories about his duties as a squire and how much he was enjoying it. Lisa was the first to leave, followed closely by Edmure, which left Bran and their granduncle with Sansa, Robb, and their mother. Sansa glanced at her granduncle again, smiling at him. He returned the gesture, but she couldn't shake the feeling that if they hadn't arrived, he and Bran would have already left the room. A few moments later, her suspicions were confirmed when the Blackfish told Bran they needed to ensure the horses and lances were ready for the Jousts. "I'll see you later, Sansa," Bran said as he walked over to her. Sansa wrapped her arms around him in a hug before he left. "Later, little brother," she whispered as he went to say his goodbyes to Robb and their mother. Once they were gone, a silence settled over the table as the servants cleared away the dishes. Their mother then motioned for Sansa and Robb to sit with her near the window. Neither Sansa nor Robb had discussed how to start this conversation, and Sansa began to think that perhaps their mother wouldn't even bring Jon up. But she was mistaken. As soon as they settled down together, their mother spoke up, and Sansa felt a mix of emotions wash over her. "I'm sorry about last night, Sansa. I didn't mean to upset you, but you need to know the truth. I'm your mother, and my job is to protect you." "I know, mother," Sansa replied, trying to hold back her frustration. "I just wasn't ready to hear it last night." She noticed her mother's surprised expression. "Hear what?" Robb asked, and Sansa couldn't help but admire his acting. If she didn't know better, she would have thought he hadn't even heard their conversation based on how he looked at their mother now. "About Jon," Sansa said, her voice tinged with sadness. "I understand that you care for your half-brother, Sansa, and you too, Robb. But you aren't aware of everything I know. You don't see or hear what I do about him." "Jon's been good to us, mother," Robb said with a half-sigh. Sansa saw her mother's eyes brighten. "He has, but have you ever truly asked yourselves why, Robb? You too, Sansa. Look beyond what you think is the reason. Have you ever questioned it?" "Because he's our brother, mother," Sansa answered, though her confidence faltered. "Is that the only reason? Think about the melee, Robb. Where was he when you were being attacked?" "Nowhere," Robb admitted, shaking his head. "Exactly. He was more concerned with himself, more focused on his own glory, even if it meant you had to fall. That's what I've been trying to show you both. His claim to care for you is an act. Last night he questioned me about you and Lord Baelish, about what we talked about and where I had gone." "It felt strange, mother," Sansa said. Her mother nodded. "That's exactly what I was worried about. He's trying to gather information to use against us, against both of you." "But why, mother? He wouldn't be able to take Winterfell." "How could he?" Robb asked, and Sansa winced, thinking her brother had gone too far too soon. "Would he not, with the prince's ear? Would he not?" "What do you mean, ear?" Sansa asked, confusion etched on her face. She had never heard her mother express such reasoning before. "Prince Tommen Squire, what if he becomes as friendly with Jon as he does with everyone else? He could use that connection to rise in power, just as he has with the Lannisters and the Tyrells," her mother replied, shaking her head. I don't know," Sansa said, her gaze dropping to the ground. With the support of a prince, Jon could easily back himself over Robb for Winterfell, alongside the Tyrells and Lannisters. Even the Mandaleys could be swayed, Robb, their mother continued, glancing at her brother. Lord Wyman would never do that. I'm to marry his daughter, mother, Robb said, his determination evident. Perhaps, but maybe that's been the plan all along. Lord Wyman gets you as a good son-in-law, even though you deserve a more suitable bride, someone who fits your station better, their mother countered. Winifred is a suitable bride, mother. She's perfect for me, Robb insisted, looking at Sansa. Sansa knew she had to step in before her brother lost his composure, though it surprised her that their mother couldn't see it. I think what mother means is that, as Warden of the North, your options are higher than Lady Winifred, Robb. Not to disparage the lady herself, Sansa explained, watching her mother nod and smile at her, which annoyed her immensely. That's exactly what I meant, Sansa. The princess or Lady Margaery, a lady of a great house, is more suitable for the Lord of Winterfell than a bannerman's daughter. That's why your father and I were wed, their mother said proudly. Sansa had to look away, now understanding the real reason behind their marriage. What are we to do then, mother? If what you say is true, and I fear it may be, what can we do about it? Robb asked, shrugging. Nothing. Leave it to me. I'll see to it that the bastard is brought to task, their mother said gleefully. Mother, Sansa admonished. I'm sorry, Sansa. I know how you feel about him, but you need to understand, he's not your blood. Not truly. He doesn't feel the same about you as he's tricked you into feeling about him, her mother said. Sansa glanced at Robb, realizing she was on the verge of losing her composure. Tricked us? Robb asked, confusion etched on his face. To further his own ends, he's made you think he cares. And being the true and good children that you are, you have, in turn, cared for him. But it's a lie, Robb. Sansa, it's a lie. You must believe me, their mother pleaded. What will you do? Sansa asked, sensing her mother was either on the brink of tears or about to burst into laughter. She couldn't tell which. I'll take care of him. I'll see it done right this time, her mother replied. Sansa felt her rage rise to the surface, her anger ready to boil over. All her efforts to hold it in failed her. What did you do, mother? She demanded, her voice sharp. What did you do? What do you mean, this time you'll see it done right? What did you do? She shouted as she stood up. Sansa, No, enough of this nonsense. What did you do to my brother? Answer me. She watched as Robb's expression changed, confusion settling in as he tried to grasp her anger. Sansa, please, their mother urged. No, no. Answer me. Tell me the truth for once in my life. What did you do to my brother? She glared at her mother, her fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, the door burst open, and guards rushed in. Both Sansa and Robb stared in shock at the sheer number of them, especially when they noticed Walder among the group. Grey Wind and Fawn followed closely behind, both wolves growling at their mother. As she took a step forward, Walder spoke. Lady Sansa, Lord Robb, you must come with me now. Ser Jon has asked me to escort you both to the manse. Please, we must not dally, Walder said, glancing from their mother to Robb. What happened? Sansa asked, worry etched on her face. Please, Lady Sansa, come with me. I'll explain on the way, but we must leave now, Walder urged. Sansa glanced at Robb, who walked toward her. As they moved, she cast a quick look back at her mother. She longed to continue their conversation, to uncover the truth of what her mother had done. Yet, the knot in her stomach told her she wasn't ready to face it. Instead, she reached out to Fawn, hoping to sense what the wolf was feeling. Almost immediately, she felt Fawn's disdain for her mother, mirroring her own emotions at that moment. As they descended the stairs, she noticed the hands guards watching them. Once outside, she was taken aback by the sheer number of guards Jon had sent for their protection. Climbing into the carriage beside Robb, she felt a surge of relief at seeing Cregan already seated inside. As soon as they were settled, the carriage began to move. What happened? Did someone find out about Jon? Sansa asked anxiously. Cregan shook his head. No, a man attacked Margaery. She's unharmed, but someone tried to kill her, Sansa. Sansa gasped, her eyes widening as she exchanged a worried glance with Robb. They were both thinking the same thing, and Sansa hoped for her mother's sake that she had nothing to do with this. In King's Landing, Olenna paced anxiously, waiting to learn the details of the attack. The news that her granddaughter was unharmed brought her some relief, but the fact that someone had dared to strike and had come close enough to kill one of her guards was infuriating. She glanced at Margaery, lying there while Allery and Mace hovered protectively over her. Olenna felt her breath hitch more than once as she worried for her family's safety. When the door swung open, Loras rushed in, nearly pushing his parents aside. He leaned down to check on his sister, ensuring she was unharmed. Then he scanned the room, searching for Jon and looking at Olenna with a confused expression. Moments later, Jon walked in. Loras glanced at him, seemingly checking to see if he was unharmed, before he finally relaxed. Jon signaled for them to follow him, and Sansa, Willis, and Loras moved from the room into the one next to it, her room. She felt a wave of relief as she sat down at her desk. Willis and Loras took their seats, but Jon remained standing, pacing for a moment before leaning against the wall and closing his eyes. Olenna observed him, noting how he breathed deeply before opening his eyes and looking at them all. "Forgive me, Olenna. My temper is frayed, and it wouldn't do anyone any good for me to lose it suddenly," Jon said. She almost smiled at his concern for Margaery, recognizing that he was on the verge of losing control. "It's quite all right, Jon." "Please, sit," Olenna replied. He complied, and she watched as Willis handed him a glass of water, which he drained in one go. "According to the guards, Olenna, Margaery decided to come and visit me at the manse. She wanted me to accompany her when she visited the orphanages later. Since both manses are close to each other, she decided to walk. Along the way, she stopped to give some coppers to some children, at which point a man stole her purse. The two guards chased after him, leaving her with Sam," Jon explained. She could see his frustration building again, and she felt it too. "They left her alone with one guard?" Willis asked, incredulous. "They did, Willis. From that point until I arrived, I can only guess what happened. I assume the man killed Sam, because when I got there, he had his sword raised, ready to bring it down on." Jon hesitated, looking to Olenna for help. Olenna nodded to Willis, who filled another glass. She watched as Jon shook his head, visibly troubled, before he turned his attention back to her. "How did you know, Jon? What made you suspect something was wrong?" Willis asked, sensing Jon was about to speak. "I don't know," Jon replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "Willis, Jaime, and I were sparring when we started discussing the events of the melee," Jon said. "I felt Ghost in my head, sensing danger, and I ran until I stumbled upon them." "Accidentally? You came upon them accidentally?" Willis asked. Olenna was relieved her grandson was calm enough to ask questions while she struggled to keep her composure. "No, I was directed there, Willis. It's hard to explain. I felt Ghost telling me there was danger. I may not have known where I was going, but I didn't run randomly." "The man who attacked Margaery, Jon, what happened when you got there?" Loras inquired. "I saw him, but I knew I was too far away. I wouldn't make it in time, and Ghost wouldn't either. I had to do something, anything. So, I warned him," Jon replied, looking intently at Olenna. "Like with the mountain?" Loras said, his eyes wide with shock. He realized Jon had the ability to warg into a person. "No, this was more deliberate, more controlled," Jon clarified. "I warged in and stopped the sword from falling, and then Ghost did the rest." "The rest?" Olenna asked, her curiosity piqued. He suffered, Olenna. Trust me, he suffered. Who was he, Jon, and why did he target my granddaughter? She asked, her anger rising. I don't know. I've sent for Richard, and I'll find out. But this wasn't random, it was planned. He was no mere thief or cutthroat. This was something else, Jon explained. Later that night, Richard arrived, and Jon had stayed with Olenna and Margaery until then. Mace had gone with Willis and Loras to speak to the Gold Cloaks, more to get him away from the room than in hopes of finding anything. It allowed Olenna to speak with Jon about other matters, serving as a welcome distraction. Tarly, Jon? Olenna prompted. I know, Olenna. I saw the chance to bring him in and took it. Had I beaten him, he would have borne a grudge against me. Later, knowing the truth, he realized he had lost to a king, Jon said, glancing at Olenna. How did you let him know? She asked, curiosity evident in her voice. I sang, Jon replied, a hint of a smile creeping onto his face. She chuckled softly. And how did you leave it with him? I gave him enough to know I'm my father's son. I mentioned Richard and told him he'd be in touch. Olenna smiled as she watched Jon gently move Margaery's hair from her face. Have him do it here. I'll see Tarly brought in, but I want to be present at the meeting. Jon nodded in agreement. I almost lost her. If I had just been a moment too late, gods, when I find the people responsible, I'll make them burn. We both will, she replied, reaching out to touch his hand. They sat together in silence, watching Margaery sleep. Allery entered with some tea, surprising them all when Jon accepted a cup, and the three of them continued to sit quietly, gazing at the bed. When Richard arrived, Margaery still hadn't awakened. So, Jon, Olenna, and Ser Arthur walked to her solar to speak with him, and Willis soon joined them while Loras went to Margaery's room. Olenna was surprised to see Lord Jaime there, but not by the way Jon walked straight up to him. Jaime reached out, checking to see how Jon was holding up. What have you found out? Jon asked, his tone serious. Richard began to share what he knew. The man who tried to kill Margaery was Ser Gerald Dane, the Dark Star. Both Olenna and Jon turned to Arthur, who seemed to have already been informed. Why would Arthur's cousin attack Margaery? Jon asked, confusion etched on his face. My cousin was always a law unto himself, Arthur said. Alaric would tell me how Gerald wished to take my place, how he wanted to be known as the best swordsman in the realm. But everyone knew his reputation would never allow him to wield Dawn, even if I weren't alive. I still don't understand. Why would he wish to harm Margaery? Jon pressed. As they spoke, Olenna found herself deep in thought. She tuned them out, her mind racing with thoughts. Margaery and Jon were married in all but name, she would be his queen once he ascended the throne. Doran, like her, wanted his blood on the throne, and now a Dornishman had tried to kill her granddaughter. The audacity of it was both blatant and foolish, perhaps a reflection of the man behind the attempt. In her mind, the blame rested squarely on Doran Martell, and if Jon didn't ensure he paid for it, she would. In King's Landing, 297 AC, Ser Barristan walked from the White Sword Tower to gather the prince and prepare for the day ahead, unaware of what was to come. The joust was set to begin under ominous clouds, and Barristan was uncertain if his king would even compete. He was stunned to learn that someone had attacked Lady Margaery in the city, and even more so by the identity of the assailant. The sight of the body, however, did not shock him. Barristan understood some of Jon's connection to the Starks and their wolves. While he didn't fully grasp the concept of warging, he had been given some explanation. Knowing that Jon had arrived just as the attack occurred, he sensed that the wolf acted out of loyalty to its owner. As he entered Maegor's holdfast, Barristan made his way to the royal apartments and spotted Ser Richard, Ser Preston, Ser Mandon, and Ser Justin waiting for their charges. Lord Commander, they've just finished, Ser Richard reported. Very good, Ser. I want more men with the king today. Ser Ares will join you, Ser Preston, Barristan instructed, and the knight nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, Lord Commander. Keep them on a tight leash today, sirs. With what happened to Lady Margaery, I want all of you on high alert, he emphasized, and the four knights nodded in agreement. After a brief wait, Prince Tommen emerged first. Nodding to the other Kingsguard, Barristan walked alongside the prince as they headed to meet Jon. As he walked through the stables, Barristan couldn't help but wonder if Jon would show up. Part of him hoped he wouldn't, but a larger part wished for his presence more than anything. Since Jon had spoken to the king in the throne room, this was the closest Barristan had felt to being a true Kingsguard. Under the guise of being the prince's sworn shield, he had managed to protect his king as well, staying close and speaking to him far more than he had in recent years. They were on the verge of making their move, and the thought of being by Jon's side filled him with excitement each morning. Mother said someone attacked Lady Margaery? Tommen asked as they walked. They did, but she's unharmed, my prince, Barristan replied. Will Ser Jon still compete? She's his friend? Tommen inquired. I do not know, my prince. We'll soon find out, Barristan said, relieved that the prince left it at that. Watching the knights, squires, and stable lads scurry around preparing for the day's events made him grateful he wasn't competing until tomorrow. The king had granted him leave to have his own tilts when Jon wasn't competing, allowing Tommen to fulfill his duties. Whether that was the prince's idea or his own, Barristan couldn't be sure, but he was thankful for it. There's Ser Loras, Tommen said, and Barristan chuckled at the young boy, noticing he reserved the title only for those he liked. Let's go speak to him and see if Ser Jon is nearby, Barristan suggested. They approached Loras, who was being helped by Jon's cousin Cregan and Lady Brienne, but there was no sign of Jon or Jaime. It was Tommen who asked the question, and Barristan felt a wave of relief wash over him, both at the prince's first inquiry and the answer to his second. Ser Loras, my best wishes to Lady Margaery, Tommen said, and Barristan watched a smile spread across Loras's face. I thank you, my prince. I'll relay them to her, Loras replied. When I speak to her, Barristan continued. Is Ser Jon going to compete, Ser Loras? Tommen asked nervously. He is my prince. He and Ser Ghost should arrive shortly. Why don't you go check on Ser Winter? Loras replied, prompting Barristan to quickly follow after the prince as he hurried to the stables. They found Winter and Honor still in their stalls. Barristan picked up some apples for both horses and handed them to Tommen to feed. He then helped the prince find the brush and set up a stool for him to reach the mare's coat, which stood still as Tommen groomed her. As they went to get the saddle, Barristan heard Jaime and Jon enter. The smile on Tommen's face beamed when he spotted his knight. A dutiful squire indeed, even more so than I was at your age. Thank you, my prince, for your diligence, Jon said, smiling at Tommen and giving Barristan a nod. It is my duty to help you prepare, Ser Jon. Shall I go check the lists? Tommen asked. Barristan watched as Jon looked to Jaime and then to him, subtly signaling that they would talk later. Why don't we both go, my prince? I'm sure Ser Barristan can spare you for a moment, and Ser Walder and Ser Demon will ensure we're both well guarded, Jon suggested, the last part whispered to Tommen but loud enough for Barristan to hear. Can I, Ser Barristan? Tommen asked eagerly. Go, but come straight back, my prince, Barristan replied, watching as Jon and the prince left the stables, both laughing, with Jon playfully musing Tommen's hair. They hadn't been gone long when Barristan turned to Jaime, eager to learn about the king's mood and if there was a larger threat against him. He seems happier than I'd have thought, Barristan said. A front, Barristan, a mummery. Had Lady Margaery not basically ordered him to leave, he would still be at her bedside, Jaime replied. The lady is well? Barristan inquired. Shaken, but all things considered, she is well. The attack makes no sense, Barristan, neither the act itself nor the attacker, Jaime said, moving closer. Do you think Dorne is involved? He asked. To what end? Oberyn and Doran have accepted Jon and Tyrion, and Arianne is involved in seeking to marry. No, it makes no sense for them to act against us, Jaime replied, and Barristan found himself agreeing. Then who? Barristan asked. I don't know, but Jon will find out. May the gods help those responsible, Jaime said. He helped Jaime saddle both horses, and when Jon and Tommen returned, Barristan noticed the disappointment on Tommen's face. The lists hadn't been released yet. However, that disappointment quickly faded when Jon led Winter from the stables and helped the prince onto the horse's back. They rode down to the practice area, with Barristan walking alongside Jaime behind them. Looking around, he felt relieved to see no other members of the royal family in sight when they reached the open grounds. Jon decided to ride fast down the straight, with Tommen still in the saddle. Barristan understood this was meant to bring Tommen even closer to them, but he could also see that while Tommen laughed loudly, Jon seemed happy during the ride as well. Soon enough, it was time to head to the tilt yards, and they were joined by Robb Stark, who was acting as lance-bearer for his brother, while Tommen worked as a squire. It appeared Lady Brienne was acting for Jaime, and Cregan for Loras. Barristan watched as the day's competitors lined up. The king and queen had already arrived, and the joust was about to be declared open. On behalf of their graces King Robert and Queen Cersei, my lords and ladies, good men and women of King's Landing and the realm, I hereby welcome you to the justs of the Tourney of King's Landing, 297 AC. Jerian sat with Ashera and Joy, while Jenna and Kevin sat behind him with their children. Daisy and Joanna were to his left, and all of them looked eager for the event to begin. Joy had little interest in the day's events. Even though Jon, Loras, and Jaime were all set to compete, Jerian found himself feeling detached from the joust. The events of the previous day had turned what should have been an enjoyable occasion into a chore. They had been stunned by the news of the attack and had decided to give Jon and the Tyrells the day, despite Joy's protests. That morning, they went to the Tyrell manse to show their support and to reassure Joy that Margaery was truly unharmed. The night before, they had gathered around the table, Jaime, Daisy, Ashera, and even Kevin and Jenna, all discussing the shocking incident. None of them could understand why someone would attack Margaery so openly, nor could they fathom the motive behind it. When they arrived at the Tyrell manse, Joy had almost dragged him to Margaery's room. He stood by as his daughter hugged Margaery and then Jon, inspecting every inch of the girl to ensure she was unhurt. Only when Joy was satisfied did she finally relax. Jerian was surprised to see Margaery appear so unbothered by the attack, though he sensed she was holding back some of her feelings. I don't think she or Olenna are coming, Ashera whispered as the riders lined up to be introduced. No, it seems not. Lord Mace and Lady Allery have arrived, along with her brother, he replied, nodding toward where the Lord of Highgarden sat. Aye, how is she? Ashera asked, her gaze fixed on Joy, who was watching the riders intently. Her face lit up when she spotted Jon. Relieved, he said, and Ashera nodded in understanding. As with most justs, the initial rounds were uneventful, only sparking interest when those they cared about were in the competition. The fact that Loras and Jon were both competing so soon after the attack added an extra layer of worry that overshadowed their opponents. So when Loras was the first to ride out, Jerian and Joy leaned forward in their seats, anticipation building as they prepared to watch the tournament unfold. As he stood there, Jerian sensed that the Tyrells felt the same way. Not that their concern was warranted, as Loras unhorsed his opponent on the second tilt. Jaime managed to do it in a single tilt, and soon the day settled into a routine. They learned that Jon wouldn't be riding until after lunch. They chose to stay nearby, unlike some others who left the field. Jenna and Ashera made a picnic of it, while Loras, Cregan, Jaime, and Brienne soon joined them. However, Jon and Robb were absent, and Jerian found himself a bit worried about Jon's focus for the upcoming joust. "Is Jon not coming, Papa?" Joy asked. Jaime answered, "He's eating with Winter, Joy, making sure he's ready for the tilt." Jerian was relieved that Joy seemed to accept this explanation. The meal turned out to be more enjoyable than he had anticipated. The boys and girls laughed together. Tywin and Willem discussed the duels for the next day, and Joy teased them both by picking Martin as the winner. Even Loras appeared much more relaxed than he had been earlier that morning. After eating, they made their way back just in time for Jon's tilt. Joy looked to him when Winter came into view. "Did you place my wager, Papa?" she asked eagerly. Jerian chuckled. "I did, though I got bad odds." Joy simply smirked. The coin didn't matter to her. It was supporting Jon that she cared about. He glanced over to see the prince standing with Robb, both of them holding the lance as they passed it to Jon. The ride began, and the hit was as perfect as he'd ever seen. The rider flew from his horse, and Jon waited for him to rise before he turned and rode back. Whether it was eagerness to be done with the day or if Jon carried some extra anger, Jerian couldn't be sure. All he knew was that he wasn't the only one relieved when the day finally came to an end. King's Landing, 297 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen. While he was glad she'd. Jay wished for the moment she would wake up and tell him she was feeling better, that she wasn't haunted by the attack or the images she had seen. Each movement she made on the bed made him think she was reliving that man's face, and every sharp breath she took made him want to reach out to her. He and Olenna had shared meals in the room with her, only stepping out to speak with Richard or to use the privy. When Sansa and Robb arrived, he hugged his sister tightly, followed by his brother, assuring them both that Margaery was unharmed. He allowed Sansa some time with her friend. Robb mentioned a brief encounter they had with Lady Catelyn, but he kept the details to himself. Jay could sense his brother's distress. Sansa's feelings were harder to read, perhaps because of her worry for Margaery. Reluctantly, Sansa left to eat, but she returned later to say her goodnights. Robb headed back to the manse with a letter for Jaime, while Jon and Olenna settled in for the night. Mace, Allery, Willis, and Loras all came by. Though they weren't fearful, their concern was evident. Jay felt more in tune with Olenna, who seemed comforted by his presence. Jon, he heard Margaery call, and he turned to see her sitting up, Olenna having drifted off just like he had. "Marge, I'm here," he said, moving to the bed and feeling her wrap her arms around him. "Oh, Jon," she whispered softly as he held her. "It's over, Marge. He's gone and can't harm you," he reassured her, feeling her nod against his shoulder. Moving back slightly, he looked into her eyes and kissed her, feeling her kiss him back even harder. Ahem. They heard a cough, and he turned to see Olenna awake and watching them. "Grandmother," Margaery said, and he shifted aside so she could be embraced by Olenna. After a few moments of silence, which was broken by Margaery's rumbling stomach, Jay got up to fetch her some food. He returned with. Jay hurried to gather some cold meats and fruit, pleased to see that Margaery enjoyed most of what he brought. After she sipped some juice and settled comfortably on the bed, she asked, "What do you know?" He took a deep breath and recounted what had happened, carefully omitting the more gruesome details. "Why me?" she asked, her voice laced with confusion. "I don't know, Marge, but I'll find out. I promise I'll uncover everything," he replied, meeting her curious gaze. "How?" she pressed. "The glass candles. I can use them more. I saw the past, Harrenhal, my parents. I saw the truth of the rebellion," he explained. Both Margaery and Olenna listened intently. "The truth?" Olenna asked, intrigued. Robert knew. Not only did my mother tell him she had no desire to marry him, but she also sent him a letter revealing her marriage to my father. He knew. At the Trident, he was aware and fought not for my mother, as he claimed, but to kill my father out of jealousy and envy. He wanted the crown and used my mother to get it. Margaery reached out to touch his hand. I'm so sorry, Jon, she said softly. He smiled at her, looking deep into her eyes. After the day you had, it's me who's supposed to be comforting you, he chuckled, relieved to see her smile in return. Olenna, though reluctant, went to her bed after Jay reassured her once more that he would behave honorably. Once she had left, he lay down beside Margaery and held her close. They soon drifted off to sleep, but Jay woke early the next morning, and it wasn't long before they found themselves in a near argument. You have to compete, Margaery insisted. I don't want to, Jay replied, trying to make her understand. It's not about what you want, Jon. It's how it will look, not to mention Prince Tommen and your plans. You must compete. He shook his head, frustration creeping in. I should be by your side, protecting you. That's the only thing I should do. You can't protect me. Always Jon, despite wanting to. Besides, you came when I needed you, you saved me. I won't go today, but you must, she said. Marge. No, Jon, I insist, she replied. If he weren't so annoyed, he might have laughed at the crease in her brow as she spoke. Ghost stays with you, he stated firmly, leaving no room for argument. She nodded. They broke their fast with the rest of her family, and he could see their relief at seeing her so relaxed and unbothered by the events of the previous day. Once they finished, Jay sent for his chest and felt a wave of gratitude when Jaime brought it in. Jaime carried the chest into the room and reached inside to take out the green and black candles, leaving the other one behind. Jay? Olenna asked. Since I must compete and you don't wish to attend, perhaps you don't need to miss out, he suggested. Margaery looked at him, then grimaced as he cut his palm. Holding the green candle in his hands, Jay glanced at the black one, picturing the tiltyard until it came into view. He could see Olenna watching while Margaery smiled, and then he explained what they would see. You can watch with this, it'll work until I use the green one again, he said, and Olenna smirked. You can use them that easily? She asked. To see the present, yes. The past is a different matter, and I haven't been able to see the future yet. The future? Olenna inquired, her curiosity piqued. I've seen some of it, Margaery has too. But I haven't been able to will it, not yet. I can't control it, he explained, glancing at Margaery. As he prepared to leave, she approached him with a small box in her hand. He shook his head, and Margaery looked at him, confused. Is that my present? He asked. She nodded. Perhaps it's for the best if I collect it later? You don't want it now? She asked, her voice tinged with disappointment. More than anything in the world, my love. But later would be for the best, that way, I can fully thank you, he said, moving closer. He leaned in to kiss her softly, the moment all too brief. Very well, I can accept that, she said with a smirk, wishing him luck for the day ahead. Spending time with Prince Tommen turned out to be far more enjoyable than he had anticipated. Tommen proved himself to be an excellent squire, and he hoped that once the truth came to light, the boy would accept it and stay by his side. The tilt itself wasn't a problem, if anything, it was more of an inconvenience. Truthfully, he would much prefer to be elsewhere. After stabling Winter and finding Ghost lounging on Margaery's floor, Jay walked back to the Red Keep with Ser Barristan, Prince Tommen, and his own guards. He did his best to keep the prince entertained, sharing little stories that made the boy laugh. By the time they arrived, Jay felt he had forged an even stronger friendship with Tommen. As he walked back, he spotted Lady Catelyn and realized he couldn't avoid her. She was clearly focused on him as she approached with her guards. Lady Catelyn, he said with a nod, attempting to pass her by. You think you have it all figured out, don't you? Surrounding yourself with your betters, believing no one can see your true nature, Lady Catelyn remarked. For a brief moment, he considered walking away, but then he stopped and looked her directly in the eye. And pray tell, Lady Catelyn, what is my true nature? You are a bastard born of lust and deceit, and that is all you know. You desire what isn't yours, and while you may have deceived others, I see through your facade, she replied, her gaze piercing. Are you indeed? What a clever woman you must be, Lady Catelyn. In all your focus on me, you've demonstrated it time and time again, he said with a smirk. What do you mean by that? She asked, her anger evident. Why is it that if I am who you believe me to be, do you think your cleverness would have stopped me? That you could bring me low and remind me of my station? Yet here I am, having risen, while you have fallen. You've been set aside, and your position is not what it once was, he said, preparing to move on. How dare you, she responded, stepping closer before halting as Arthur and Walder advanced a step. I dare because I can, my lady. It's in my nature, after all, he chuckled, ducking just in time to avoid her slap. Having seen me in the yard, do you really think you could land a hit on me? Mark my words, my lady, those days when I cowered before a fish are long gone. Bastard, she shouted, and he looked at her with a smirk. She shouted again, you'll not get Winterfell. I'll see you dead first. You really lack imagination, my lady. Why would I wish for Winterfell? I have no quarrels with my brothers or sisters. They were not the ones who saw me as less than them. No, my lady, that was you. So why would I seek to punish them? He watched her, enjoying the way she gulped in response. What do you mean? Your family is in a position it doesn't deserve, my lady. Your father broke an oath that stood for over 200 years. You claim family, duty, and honor, yet your house cares not for any of them, not truly. Words in the wind, my lady. That's what House Tully truly stands for, and just like those words, your house too will soon be forgotten. With that, Jay walked away, leaving her fuming behind him as he began to whistle. Chapter 105, My Queen Always. 297 AC. Rhaenix found it hard to leave him, especially knowing where he was headed. A wave of fear washed over her, but she had no choice. She could feel the call, just as Lygaron did, and together they took flight, heading south. She knew these lands well from her flights with Jay. They usually stuck to the coast to find food, and it felt good to soar over them once again. The whale they had discovered near the arbor had provided a good meal for both of them, and as they glided over Dorne, she was grateful for it. While food could be found in the deserts, it was scarce, and despite Lygaron's eagerness to fly into those arid regions, Rhaenix couldn't take that risk. They passed Starfall, Sandstone, Hellholt, Vaith, Lemon's Wood, and finally Sunspear. Rhaenix had learned the names of these keeps when she was just a girl, back when she was known only as Rhaenys and not as she was now. The line between who she had been and who she had become often blurred, even for her. Each day brought the question, was she a girl, a dragon, or both? Some days she felt more like one than the other, and other days, she struggled to discern her true self. What she did know was that she was a sister, and Jay was her little brother, just as Lygaron was. Yet, she felt a different bond with Lygaron than with Jay. We're going the wrong way, Lygaron said as they flew past Sunspear and out over the water. This is where we need to go, she replied, sensing his frustration. Lygaron had felt the presence of his rider below them. They spotted seals near the stepstones and feasted before landing on a deserted island, where a high mountain opened into a valley below. That night, she slept and waited for Jay, feeling thankful when he finally arrived. She was even more grateful that he came to her as Rhaenix and not as the dragon. As they strolled through Summerhall, she felt the weight of memories more keenly than ever. We almost lost father here. Had he fallen, then we never should have been born, she said sadly. We were meant to be, Ray. I was shown that I was always meant to be born, and we're bonded, aren't we? Jay replied, making her smile. We are, she said as they sat down together, gazing up at the stars. The harp played softly in the background, its haunting melody wrapping around them. For the briefest moment, she imagined him sitting beside her, but when Jay turned, he was gone. Just knowing he had heard it was enough for her, and the fact that they had shared that moment together made it all the more special. Sometimes it was only her, and she preferred those times far more. "You heard?" she asked, and he nodded. "I heard. Father used to come here alone and play under these very stars," Jay said. Rhaenys snuggled close to him, feeling his arm wrap protectively around her shoulder. When she awoke, it was to her other little brother, who was being his usual annoying self. Lygaron was hungry once more, eager to eat and to be on their way. Rhaenys wished to wake up first and shake off the thoughts of the previous night. As they took to the skies, she looked down and saw the ships and their crews. Pirates and worse roamed those shores. For a moment, she felt the urge to unleash fire upon them, but they were not the reason for their journey, so they flew on. They feasted on seals, and she laughed as Lygaron complained about their taste. Then, they headed south as she felt the call growing stronger. They soared high over Lys, and she wondered how they appeared to those below. She could almost hear Lygaron snort at the thought of them being seen as nothing more than birds. When they spotted the 14 flames, she felt a deep tug in her heart. Home. This was home. "We must rest there," Rhaenys said, and Lygaron agreed, eyeing the caves high above the smoking sea beneath them. "Tomorrow?" he asked eagerly. "Tomorrow," she confirmed as they landed and settled down to sleep. Jay didn't come that night, leaving Rhaenys to walk alone through the dark corridors, making no noise as she moved. She peered through doorway after doorway, and found herself utterly alone. She felt scared. This place was all too familiar, a memory from her childhood that she still despised, especially at night. The Red Keep transformed when darkness fell, and as a girl, she had always preferred the comfort of Dragonstone. As she moved, she heard him in the distance and felt a wave of relief that she had woken up when she did. Being alone was difficult enough, being alone with him would have been far worse. She could never wish her grandfather away like she could with the other ghosts of her past. Food was scarcer here than in the desert, and she knew they couldn't trust the sea or whatever they might find. So they pressed on until the city came into view. "Is that it?" Lygaron asked. "It is Valyria," she replied, as they flew between the towers like the dragons of old. In King's Landing, 297 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen spotted Margaery in the crowd. Relief and pride washed over him. The fact that she could stand just a day after the attack spoke volumes about her strength of will. He smiled up at her, and was glad to see her nod and smile back. If Joy hadn't been beside him, he might have spent the entire morning just gazing at his wife. "Willem is up, Jon," Joy said, drawing his attention to Willem, who faced a squire from House Royce. "What do you think, Joy? Will Willem win?" he asked, trying to suppress a smirk as she placed her hand thoughtfully on her chin, studying the two boys. "Aye," she said confidently. He nodded and watched as the fight began. Willem did win, though it was far closer than it should have been, taking the match 5-4 when he really shouldn't have given up more than 2 points. Tywin had been beaten, and Jay noticed the similarities in how both boys fought. He made a mental note to speak to them afterward and guide them in the right direction. That wasn't necessary with Martin and Walder. Both boys were far more diligent, and Martin was well ahead of. As the competition continued, it became clear to Jon that it would be either Ned Dane or Walder who would claim victory. He eagerly anticipated their match, but it was Walder who faced Ned in the final spar before the melee began. Jon noticed Arthur, Cregan, Ashera, and Jenna watching with anticipation, and he felt a tug of indecision. Turning to Joy once more, he asked for her pick. "Joy?" he inquired, and she laughed, shaking her head. "No, you pick this time," she replied, her amusement evident. Jon put on his best frown, which only made her laugh harder. "Ned," he finally said, and she nodded as the two boys began to fight. Ned quickly scored the first point with a swift thrust that caught Walder off guard. He followed up with a second point, but Walder retaliated, taking the third point with a well-timed riposte after a series of parries. The crowd erupted in applause as Ned secured the fourth point, and the fifth and sixth were evenly matched, with both boys exchanging blows. In the end, Ned triumphed with a score of 5-2, capitalizing on Walder's overextension. Martin then fought valiantly, winning his match 5-1, and the melee was about to commence. Jay scanned the field and spotted Loras and Brienne preparing for their matches, while Robb seemed distracted by something Winifred was saying. Jay's gaze shifted to Margaery as she shared a laugh with his brother, and he closed his eyes, envisioning a moment with his own wife. "Martin will win," Joy remarked, breaking his thoughts. Jay turned to see Martin facing a large opponent from House Buckler. He watched as Martin skillfully dodged the heavy blows, waiting patiently to counter once the larger boy missed. Before long, the opponent yielded, and Martin moved on to face his next challenger. On the other side of the field, Ned remained steady and focused, his solid fundamentals shining through as he prepared for his next match. Martin fought as closely as he could to Jay's style. Even if Jay hadn't noticed, Joy's words made it clear. "He fights like you," she said, and Jay nodded as he watched Martin defeat the other boy while Ned made his opponent yield. He glanced up at Kevin, who was watching his son with a proud smile. Martin had just beaten the last boy and was now facing Ned. Jay found himself on the edge of his seat, genuinely unsure of who would win. Thankfully, it was Joy's turn to make a pick, not his. "Joy?" he asked. "Martin," she replied, not taking her eyes off the field. The first 2 points went to Ned, surprising Jay as much as it surprised the crowd. He was even more shocked when Ned scored the next point too. Joy grabbed his hand, squeezing it tightly as he watched Martin move with incredible speed, delivering blows in quick succession. The spin was something Jay recognized all too well. "I told you he moves like you," Joy said as Martin landed the fifth point. Jay looked out to see both boys smiling at each other and shaking hands. Standing up, he clapped loudly, along with everyone else nearby. The crowd quieted down as the herald made the announcement. "Your Graces, my lords and ladies, the winner of the Squires' melee, Martin Lannister." "I have to go get ready," Jay said. Joy leaned forward to kiss his cheek for good luck. He playfully tickled her, making her laugh before heading to the back. He had barely made it past the seats when Barristan and Tommen approached him. The prince was obviously waiting for him, and Jay had to give Tommen credit. Instead of sitting with his family or in the stands to watch the duels, he and Barristan had stayed in the back to prepare, though he had watched the matches from there. "Did you see Ser Jon? That last one especially, Martin won," Tommen exclaimed. Excitedly, Jay said, "He did, my prince. One day, if you train, that could be you." Tommen looked at him, trying to gauge whether he was joking. When he realized Jay was sincere, he turned to Barristan, who nodded in encouragement. Will you train me, Ser Jon?" Tommen asked, a hint of hope in his voice. "I would be honored to, my prince," Jay replied. The smile that spread across Tommen's face grew even wider when Jay reached out and ruffled the prince's hair, prompting a laugh from Tommen as they walked toward the tent. On their way, they encountered Martin, who was happily chatting with Ned, Tywin, Walder, and Willem. After congratulating both Martin and Ned, Jay leaned in and whispered how proud he was of Martin, earning a bright smile from the boy. Together, Jay, Tommen, and Barristan continued the short distance to their tent. Inside, Loras was already preparing for the day, with Cregan and Brienne helping him into his armor. Jay took a seat while Barristan assisted Tommen in bringing over his own armor. The Bold was already decked out, save for his helm, and ready for his upcoming ride. As Jay demonstrated how to put on the armor, Barristan handled most of the heavy lifting for the prince. They chatted jovially about the day's jousting events, with Barristan sharing tales of his own exploits, captivating everyone in the room. You rode against Prince Duncan, Ser Barristan. Did you know the prince? Jay asked, his curiosity piqued, especially after his encounter with Maya Rivers. I did, Ser Jon, the Prince of Dragonflies, both he and his lady wife, Barristan replied. However, noticing the intensity in Jay's eyes, the knight soon shifted the topic. Once everyone was ready, Loras, Ser Barristan, the prince, and Jay set out to check the lists for the day and see who they would be drawn against. Jay allowed the prince to run the final few feet ahead so he could deliver the news. Ser Barristan was matched against Ser Aaron Santigar, while Jay would face Ser Lyn Corbray. Loras drew the luckiest card of all. Looks like I'm going fishing, he chuckled. Fishing? Tommen asked, glancing at Jay. What's the sigil of House Tully, my prince? Jay inquired. A silver trout, Tommen replied, and Jay nodded, a grin spreading across Tommen's face as he understood the implication. When they reached their tent, Ser Barristan was the first to bid farewell, mounting his horse and riding off. Tommen wished the knight well but stayed behind with Jay and the two guards who had obviously been sent to cover for Ser Barristan's absence. Jay felt they were poor substitutes, though. When Robb arrived, Brienne left to serve as Jaime's squire for the day. Robb informed them that Jaime had drawn Ser Andor Royce for his first tilt. Well, my prince, shall we go watch the bold claim his victory? Jay asked, and Tommen nodded in agreement. It turned out to be an easy match for Ser Barristan, as Ser Aaron fell in just 2 passes. After watching the next 2 tilts, they made their way to the stables. Jay stood with Winter for a few moments before saddling her, while Tommen chatted with Robb. Jay leaned against his mare's head, feeling her eagerness to ride fast. He relaxed her somewhat but let her maintain that excitement for the day ahead. After receiving help to mount, Jay was led out by Prince Tommen, with Robb walking alongside them and Ser Barristan joining their group along the way. He was ready for whatever the day might bring. As they approached the field, he looked up and spotted her in the crowd, his wife, watching him as he touched the favor tied at his hip. In King's Landing, 297 AC, Jaime observed Martin winning the squire's melee. It was almost like stepping back in time. There was so much of Jon's influence in how his nephew fought that at times, it felt like he was seeing a ghost. While Martin was nowhere near as fast or skilled as Jon, he was still a fine fighter. Jaime watched his nephew Martin, a skilled swordsman, and just like Jon at that age, he doubted there was a finer young fighter in the realm. He relished the pride he saw in Kevan's eyes for his son, wishing he had more time to discuss it with him. But the Jousts were starting, and he needed to prepare. After kissing Daisy and Joanna, he made his way to the tent to get ready. It felt strange to have Brienne helping him into his armor. For years, that duty had belonged to Loras and Jon. While he was proud of how they had grown up, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia for those days. You've been drawn against Ser Andor Royce, my lord, Brienne announced as she fastened the last piece of armor. How did Jon and Loras fare? He asked. Jon drew Ser Lyn Corbray, and Loras drew Lord Edmure Tully, she replied. Jaime chuckled at the thought, the fish would be flopping soon enough. They missed Barristan's tilt against Ser Aaron, but Jaime had no doubts that the bold would come out victorious. They arrived just in time to see Jon ride against Ser Lyn. Jaime wondered if Jon felt the same way Oberyn did about Ser Lyn being a lackey of Littlefinger. He watched with a hint of concern as the 2 horses charged towards each other. The first tilt ended in a draw, as did the second, and Jaime noticed that Jon seemed a bit rusty, as if he hadn't practiced enough. But that concern quickly dissipated when, on the 3rd tilt, Jon found his rhythm, and Ser Lyn struggled to stay in his saddle. On the 4th tilt, Jon caught him almost flush, sending the knight flying from his horse. Ser Lyn landed safely, and for a moment, Jaime thought he might continue the contest on foot. Instead, the knight walked away with a nod to Jon. Lord Tully, my lord, Brienne whispered as Robb and Tommen led Winter from the field. Jaime glanced at Jon, who was speaking to the prince. As Edmure passed by, Robb nodded to his uncle, but Jon ignored him, focused on the match ahead. Jaime approached the prince, much to Edmure's annoyance. Jon only glanced up when Loras rode toward him, accompanied by Cregan. He quickly dismounted from Winter and walked over to Loras, exchanging a few words. Moments later, he stood beside Loras, with Tommen and Ser Barristan flanking him. Jaime watched closely for any signs of anger or worry on Jon's face but found none. As Ser Barristan captured Tommen's attention, Jaime leaned in and asked Jon, "What did you tell him?" "To win, my lord." "Just win, nothing else," Jon replied. Jaime nodded, pleased. And when Loras did. Both he and Jon found themselves laughing at Loras's performance. Jaime admired the contrast of their armors, his gilded gold, Jon's dark silver, and Loras's bright, polished silver adorned with jeweled flowers. Loras's cape was woven with roses, and Jaime could already envision the grand epithet he would earn as a knight. It took Loras just one tilt to unhorse Lord Edmure, doing so with such ease and contempt that even Tommen chuckled. After his victory, Jaime and Jon watched as Loras plucked a white rose from Bluebell and rode toward the crowd, stopping in front of Margaery to present it to her. As Loras returned, Jaime noticed Jon shaking his head, still laughing, before Loras executed an exaggerated bow. "Show off," Jon remarked, chuckling. "Some of us must, Ser Jon." "I'll make a name for myself today," Loras replied, and Jaime couldn't help but smile as he made his way to honor. He was glad to see that everyone had stayed to watch his ride. Jon wished him well as he prepared to head out, soon taking the lance from Brienne. Ser Andar had bulked up since Jaime last saw him, and it took Jaime 4 tilts to claim victory that day. He waited until the man was back on his feet before riding off. In his tent, Jaime drained a mug of water while Brienne hurried off to check the next draw. Jon drew Lord Jason Mallister, and Loras got Lord Beric Dondarrion. Ser Barristan drew Lord Bryce Caron, and you got his brother, Ser Roland Storm, Brienne announced. Jaime nodded. He knew Ser Roland was a less skilled jouster than he was a melee knight, but given his size, he would still pose a challenge. Jaime thought waiting was the worst part of the jousts. The rides themselves were filled with excitement and energy, but sitting in the tent until it was your turn felt endless. Time stretched on, and even in the company of others, you were alone with your thoughts. Some tried to ease the boredom with drinks or food, but Jaime preferred not to ride on a full stomach, while others simply dozed off. He sat quietly, and he could sense Brienne growing annoyed with his silence. "I find silence relaxes me, Brienne," he said. "It allows me to think about the ride ahead, which is why I hold my tongue, not because of the company I'm with." He noticed her visibly relax a bit. "Forgive me, my lord. I'm more accustomed to being with the others, and they're anything but quiet," she replied, and he chuckled at that. Jon likes to entertain, to keep the mood light, and Loras, well, you saw what Loras is like when he rides out there, he said, watching her smile and nod. "A show-off," she said. "Aye, very much so. When he first came to the Rock, he showed off in sparring too. Jon and I spent years trying to get him to stop before he eventually did. In a joust, though, it's a different story. You see how he only shows off before and after?" "Never during," Brienne noted, and Jaime nodded. At least that lesson had stuck. "Come, let's go watch the others. The show-off is up first, isn't he?" he said, eliciting a laugh from Brienne. Loras was indeed up first, and Jaime watched as Lord Beric took him to 4 before Loras emerged victorious once again, the white rose making its appearance yet again. As Loras rode towards them, Jaime turned his attention to Sansa. Barristan followed closely behind, emerging victorious in just 2 tilts, easily unhorsing Lord Bryce. Jaime couldn't help but wonder if it would come down to a rematch between the two of them today. His own turn was before Jon's, so he readied himself and rode out, scanning the field for the imposing figure of Ser Roland Storm. The first tilt almost ended in disaster for him. Ser Roland's lance struck with precision, and Jaime barely managed to keep his seat. On the second tilt, he charged forward, landing a hit on the knight, but it was brushed aside as if it were nothing. By the time he finally claimed victory on his fifth ride, he knew he would be feeling the bruises in the morning. Each lance strike had hit him with such force that he felt every blow. Once back in the stands, he dismounted gingerly from honor and waited to see Jon face off against Lord Jason. Like Jaime, Jon took 5 tilts to unhorse his opponent, but unlike Jaime, he never received a blow in return. As Jon rode back towards them, the sky opened up, and Jaime, feeling the stiffness in his shoulder, was relieved that the day was coming to an end. "Come, Brienne. It seems we'll be finishing tomorrow," he said as they made their way to cover. In King's Landing, 297 AC, Olenna was glad the day had ended early, giving her a moment to relax before the feast. However, the note she had just received shattered any hopes of peace. While she was pleased that the meeting would take place at their manse, she was less thrilled that it was happening immediately. She glanced over at Margaery, who was speaking with Sansa, and felt a wave of relief that her granddaughter seemed to be doing better. The thought that she had nearly lost Margaery due to one man's insatiable greed filled Olenna with fury. Yet, not knowing how to address that information troubled her deeply. The more she pondered it, the more convinced she became that she was right. Doran had sought to see Margaery. Olenna thought of Doran, and the anger bubbled within her. She couldn't wait to see him buried. But it was how Jon would react to the news that gave her pause. How could she bring that up to him? "Grandmother, will there still be a feast tonight?" Margaery asked, breaking Olenna's train of thought. "I'm sure there will be. You know how much the king enjoys feasts," Olenna replied with a snort. "Must we attend?" Margaery inquired, her worry evident. Olenna shook off thoughts of Doran and focused on her granddaughter's concerned expression. "You and I don't have to go if you don't want to. Your mother, father, and Sansa can attend if they wish, but we can stay in and spend the night together if that's what you prefer," she said softly, watching Margaery nod in agreement. Once they reached the manse, Olenna called for Willis and Allery, hoping to keep Mace occupied when Randyll Tarly came to visit. As she walked to her solar, her mind drifted back to Doran. She considered hiring a faceless man to eliminate him, but deep down, she knew she wouldn't take that route. As much as she wanted him to pay for what he had done, Olenna realized it needed to be Jon who decided Doran's fate. Acting alone could lead to complications down the road, and her mind raced with potential solutions. Upon entering her solar, the answer suddenly appeared before her as Allery and Willis took their seats. Just like with Mace, she didn't have to act alone, there were others she could consult before bringing it to Jon. A smile crossed Olenna's face as she resolved to arrange a tea with Jenna and the other women present. "Read," she instructed Willis, handing him the note. He took it and then passed it to Allery. "He's coming now?" Willis asked, surprised. "Him, Richard, Jon, and Jaime," Olenna confirmed. "Father?" Willis queried, and Olenna smiled, pleased that he had grasped the situation so quickly. "Must be, otherwise. I'll accept his annoyance when he finds out he missed Tarly, but the time isn't right for Mace to know yet," Olenna said. Allery turned to her, curiosity in her eyes. "When will it be?" Allery asked. "As soon as we leave here." "You have my word on that, Allery." "As soon as we leave, I'll tell him," Olenna assured her. Allery nodded in understanding. "I'll take him with me. I'm meeting Lord Wyman to discuss some trade, and I'll ask Father to join us." "He'll enjoy dining with Lord Wyman, if nothing else," Willis chimed in. "Very well, see to it." "I wish to speak to your mother alone," Olenna replied. Willis glanced at her before standing up and leaving the room. Once he was gone, she poured them both a glass of wine. Allery looked at her, and Olenna gestured towards the glass. "I wish for us to have tea," Allery, like the one we had in High Garden. I have something of great importance to discuss, and I find myself in need of counsel, Olenna said. Allery looked at her with surprise. You're in need of counsel? What's going on, Olenna? I believe Doran Martell is behind the attack on Margaery, Olenna revealed. Allery gasped, quickly swallowing her wine. By the time she left, Allery had agreed with Olenna's assessment and acknowledged the need for counsel. Her good daughter had taken a liking to Jon a long time ago, knowing he and Margaery were destined to be together. While there was worry for Margaery's safety, which Olenna soon eased, there was also concern about how Jon would react to the news. Olenna felt grateful that she had confided in Allery. She was sitting at her desk, lost in thought, when Left walked in to inform her that Lord Tarly had arrived. The prickly lord soon sat down, refusing her offer of a drink. Ser Richard arrived moments later, and when Randyll saw him, it was as if he had seen a ghost. However, before they could exchange more than a greeting, Jon and Jaime entered the room alongside Ser Arthur. Lord Tarly, Lady Olenna, Jon greeted as he took a seat, accepting the wine she offered, which Ser Richard did as well. Jaehaerys, Olenna announced, causing Randyll to turn his head so quickly it seemed it might come off his neck. Jaehaerys? Randyll echoed, glancing from Olenna to Jaime, then to Richard, and finally back to Jon. I was named Jaehaerys Targaryen, after the Conciliator and my great-grandfather. My father chose to forego his own father's name for obvious reasons, Jon explained, trying to suppress a smirk. You have proof of this, beyond just a song and a smile? Randyll asked, his tone as dismissive as ever. Along with Ser Richard, whom you know, I possess some documents that verify my birth, along with certain family artifacts, plus a witness to my birth and the true actions of my mother and father during the rebellion. Ser Arthur, if you'll remove your helm, Jon requested. Olenna watched as Randyll nearly stumbled backward upon seeing Arthur's face. Ser Arthur? Randyll said, his shock evident. Lord Tarly, Arthur replied. I was born in the Tower of Joy to my mother, Princess Lyanna, and my father, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. They were wed in front of the gods of my mother at the Isle of Faces and in the light of the Seven in a September outside Harrenhal, Jon continued. Olenna could see the wheels turning in Randyll's mind, and Jay spoke up before the Lord could respond. My father's marriage to Princess Elia was annulled, my lord, at both their behests. The documents, Lord Tarly, Jaime prompted, causing Randyll to nearly jump out of his skin, having forgotten Jaime was even present. She observed as Randyll read the papers, glancing between the men in the room, then back to her before returning his gaze to Jon. Artifacts, he asked, and Jon reached into his pocket, retrieving a ring and handing it to Randyll, who examined it with a smile. This was Aegon's, Randyll remarked. It was. I also have dark. Sister, my lord, though I cannot wield it publicly just yet, Jon said with a laugh, which stunned Olenna to see Randyll return. You intend to retake your throne? Randyll asked. My family was conspired against by Lord Tarly, betrayed, and the throne that my brother should sit upon was stolen from him, along with his life. His mother was violated, and my sister was butchered. While I have seen that the men who committed those acts have paid for their crimes, the ones who benefited from them and set these events in motion have not. My mother and father tasked me with bringing justice to these men and restoring our rightful place, my lord. So yes, not only do I intend to take back my throne, I will take back my throne. As Jon spoke, even Olenna felt herself stirred. But nothing compared to Randyll's reaction. She looked on in shock as the proud Lord of Hornhill stood up and then took a knee, looking at Jon in a way she had never seen him look at anyone before. There was reverence in his eyes, along with something else she couldn't quite make out until he spoke. I served your father, my king. I served him and wished for nothing more than to see him crowned. Not a day has gone by since I heard he fell on the trident that I haven't regretted my inaction. Despite my liege lord's orders, I should have taken my men and ridden to him. Had I, if it had been so. My lord, you are not the only one with regrets, but I ask you to forget them for now. We cannot change the past, but together we can help define the future, Jon replied, and she saw Randyll nod. Horn Hill is yours, my king. My sword is yours, and when you call, I will come. Nothing and no one will stop me from seeing you placed on the throne. I pledge my life to yours, to the true king, to Jaehaerys Targaryen, the third of his name. Jon reached out and touched the lord's shoulder. I accept your fealty, my lord, and I vow that you shall always have a place by my side. With hearth, meat, and meat at my table, I pledge to ask no service of you that might bring you into dishonor. I swear it by the old gods and the new. Arise, Lord Tarly. They then discussed the allies Jon had already gathered. Although he didn't mention the dragons, Randyll's heart swelled when he heard that the West, North, Reach, and Dorne had pledged their support. Olenna noticed a smile on Randyll's face, and for once, she didn't begrudge him that joy. As they departed, she felt a wave of relief. She had no doubt Randyll would kneel to Jon. Her real concern was how this would change his opinion of her and her house. That night, as Olenna lay in bed, her thoughts drifted back to Dorne and Doran. Jon seemed so confident in Dorne's support, and Olenna felt a flicker of hope that Doran had acted alone against them. The thought was difficult to accept, but if Oberyn were involved as well, she feared it would shatter Jon completely. Given how the Red Viper behaved around Jon, she doubted he was even aware of his brother's actions. In King's Landing, in 297 AC, Sansa was relieved to see Jon heading to Margaery's room. Despite her friend's insistence that she wasn't upset, Sansa could sense the turmoil within her. Even during the Jousts earlier that day, there had been moments when a sudden noise or shout would make Margaery jump. Sansa had done her best to comfort her, but she knew Margaery sought solace elsewhere. So when Jon knocked on the door, Sansa was grateful to leave them alone. This also gave her a moment to process another matter that had been weighing on her mind for the past few days. She was certain her mother had not been involved in Margaery's attack, and yet the mere thought of it made her feel ashamed. Still, she needed to hear from others about the man who had attacked Margaery, just to be sure. Once she learned what she needed to know and her concern for Margaery's condition eased, her mind began to wander. Sansa found herself drifting to darker thoughts. Sitting on her bed, she glanced at Fawn, who was lying on the floor, and her mind wandered back to the last time she had seen her mother before arriving in King's Landing. She closed her eyes, trying to recall what Fawn had witnessed, and soon remembered not just the images but the sounds the wolf had heard as well. Suddenly, she jumped up from the bed and began to pace angrily around the room. The questions swirling in her mind demanded answers, and she found herself wondering who could provide them. She had wished death upon the wolves, just like Jon. She wanted to see them dead, just as she wanted to see him gone. I'll take care of him, she thought fiercely. I'll make sure it's done right this time. But then doubt crept in. What exactly did she mean by that? How would she take care of him? Jon had been attacked in the Riverlands while they traveled. Her mother hadn't wanted her to go to Highgarden, she had insisted on the Riverlands instead. Why? Why hadn't she wanted her to go to Highgarden? Surely that would have been the best choice for her, wouldn't it? Sansa felt her thoughts racing in 1,000 different directions. Her mother had always disliked the Tyrells, but why? She had spoken fondly of the South for years, including the Tyrells, until when? Sansa recalled her mother arriving in Highgarden just before Jon's attack, before they thought he had fallen. Yet her mother hadn't seemed surprised when it happened. Why was that? Everything seemed to revolve around Jon. He had taken Winterfell from Robb, he was a bad influence on her, trying to deceive them. This was how her mother thought. It wasn't about what was best for Sansa, it was about Jon, who had arranged everything. The Tyrells, Lannister, seeing Lannister and hearing her say Jon was friendly with them. Loras, was that when it all began? I'll take care of him, Sansa repeated to herself, determination flooding her thoughts. I'll see it done right this time. But as the weight of her emotions pressed down on her, she felt her stomach churn. She dashed to the privy, but after kneeling there for a few moments, she realized she wouldn't be sick. Instead, tears began to fall as she grappled with the turmoil inside her. Fawn approached her, the wolf pressing against her side, and it was in his soft fur that she began to sob. She lost track of how long she sat there, consumed by her thoughts, when suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. "Who is it?" she called out, emerging from the privy, surprised by the voice that answered her. "Sansa, can we talk?" Jon said. She opened the door and nearly leaped into his arms. "Jon, how?" she asked, her voice trembling as he gently wiped the tears from her face. Glancing to his side, she saw Ghost looking up at her. She turned to Fawn, who was watching her, and smiled. The wolf, sensing her distress, had called the pack to her. Jon guided her to the bed, and they sat down, his hand never leaving hers. She took a deep breath, trying to compose herself before asking the question that haunted her. "Jon, did my mother try to have you killed?" she asked softly. He closed his eyes, as if bracing himself for the answer. The silence stretched on, and Sansa feared he was searching for the right lie to tell her, some untruth she might accept. "I never wished for you to know this, Sansa. Not like this. You must believe me," he said, and she felt his arms envelop her once more as her tears flowed even more freely this time. They sat in silence, and Sansa could feel his heart beating against her chest, his fingers gently stroking her hair until she finally stopped crying. "I'm so sorry, Jon. I'm so sorry," she said, shaking her head in despair. "Sansa, you have nothing to be sorry for." "Why are you apologizing?" he asked. "She's my mother, Jon, and she tried to have you killed." She didn't, nor would she be able to. "I'm unharmed, Sansa." "She failed, and if she tries again, she'll fail again," he reassured her. "But with Robb and me, I think she will try again, Jon," she said, her voice trembling. "Sansa, look at me. She won't succeed. I have nothing to fear from your mother." "You believe me?" he asked. Sansa nodded in response. "I never want to see her again, never." "Gods, Jon, what kind of woman does that? Why would she?" "No, she's not my mother, not anymore." "Sansa," Jon said, looking at her with a pained expression, his face creased as if he were on the verge of tears. "When the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. She tried to hurt a member of the pack, Jon." "That means she is not pack, she never was," Sansa replied, feeling the warmth of her brother's lips as he kissed her cheek. "I love you, little sister," Jon said softly. "I love you too, brother." When he finally got up to leave, it must have been an hour later, and Sansa felt herself beginning to drift off. Jon nodded to her, urging her to take to her bed, and she was too tired to argue. As he walked out the door, she glanced over to see Ghost and Fawn, the two wolves lying side by side. In that moment, she knew she was right, her mother wasn't pack, and from now on, Sansa would treat her as such. The next morning, she broke her fast with Margaery, who asked if she was well. Sansa realized that Jon had come to her room before he left the manse the night before. Margaery confirmed this as they rode to the day's joust, revealing that not only had Jon slept in her room with her, but he had been there when he suddenly left to come to Sansa's. After assuring Margaery that she was well, they arrived and took their seats. Margaery seemed to be in a far happier mood today. Soon, the Lannisters arrived, followed by the Manderleys, making Sansa think of Robb. She felt her brother needed to be told what she had discovered, but perhaps it could wait a day or so. When she saw her mother and uncle arrive, she turned away from the wave and smile she gave her, having no interest in returning either. "How many Jousts are there today?" she asked Margaery, who. Sansa turned to Willis for an answer. "I believe it will take 4 to reach the final, so 5 and 10, he replied. Settling in for the rides ahead, Sansa felt a mix of excitement and anticipation. Jon, Loras, Lord Jaime, and Ser Barristan all won their first matches, and when the draw was announced for the next round, she was relieved that none of them would face each other. Instead, Jon was set to compete against Lord Renly, while Loras would go up against her granduncle. Ser Barristan faced Lord Yohn Royce, and Lord Jaime was matched against Ser Richard Horpe. The crowd buzzed with excitement as the tilts were announced, with Jon versus Renly generating the most enthusiasm. Loras, Highgarden. Margaery cheered, joined by much of the crowd. Sansa couldn't help but cheer for him too, despite his match against her granduncle. While Jon's bout with Renly captured everyone's attention, Loras had become a crowd favorite. His impressive armor even outshone Lord Jaime's, and his gesture of handing out roses had only endeared him further. The first rose went to Margaery, the second to Sansa, and the third to Joy. Looking around, Sansa noticed nearly every girl in the crowd eagerly waiting to see who would receive the next rose, if Loras won, of course. As the competitors charged towards each other, Sansa found herself hoping fervently for his victory. The first tilt ended without any hits, which momentarily dampened the crowd's excitement. The second tilt almost unhorsed her granduncle, and the cheers erupted once more as the third tilt began. Sansa watched intently as the two horses raced towards one another, and she cheered loudly when her granduncle hit the ground. Although she felt relieved to see him get back up, her curiosity piqued about who would receive the next rose. "Who?" she whispered to Margaery, who merely shook her head as Loras took the rose from his saddle and rode towards the crowd. Sansa smiled when she spotted Princess Myrcella, the little girl holding the rose. Sansa held her breath as Loras rode away, while Ser Barristan and Lord Yohn made their entrance. In King's Landing, 297 AC, Ser Barristan felt a rush of excitement. Hearing from Jon about Randyll Tarly had brightened his day. Tarly was not only a fine warrior but also an exceptional military commander, and having him on their side was a significant advantage. However, Barristan had his own campaign to focus on. After breaking 3 lances against Lord Yohn, he couldn't help but think about what it would be like to face the Bronze Lord on a battlefield once more. He knew Tarly would be a tremendous asset to their cause, but also a challenging one to rally. Just like during the rebellion, the Honorable Lord would find himself on the opposing side, and Barristan felt a pang of regret knowing that history might repeat itself. Allies and friends were scarce in this unpredictable world, and soon he would be confronting some he once called friends, and a few he considered allies. As he broke his 4th lance, he tried to focus on the positives rather than the negatives. He would be fighting for a good king and alongside his true brothers once again. If this were to be his final battle, at least he would be remembered for standing up for something just and noble. As he took his lance and rode down the field, he let that thought fuel his determination. A smile spread across his face when the Lord of Runestone fell. "The day is yours, Ser Barristan," Yohn said as he picked himself up from the ground. Barristan rode close by to ensure he was unharmed. "It seems so, Lord Yohn," Barristan replied, turning his horse to prepare for his brother's match. He spotted Jon and Loras standing nearby, their horses waiting just behind them. Jon was chatting with Prince Tommen, making the young boy laugh. As he dismounted, he saw Ser Richard Horpe ride past and wished him well, then did the same for Jaime. Looking back at Jon and Tommen, Barristan found himself wondering about Myrcella and what plans Jon might have for her. Getting Tommen away from King's Landing seemed feasible, but he had no idea how they might manage to get the princess out. "So, Ser Jon, who will? What do you think? Can we win?" he asked, noticing Tommen looking to his knight with the same eagerness he felt. Deep down, he already knew the answer and what Jon would say. "Lord Jaime will take it, Ser Barristan, which means I'd better secure my own victory. Otherwise, Loras will never let me live down not making it to the final 4, Jon replied, and Barristan found himself hoping that would indeed be the case, his excitement growing at the thought. The first 2 tilts were shared, but surprisingly, Sir Richard claimed the next two, with Jaime's strikes landing ineffectively. However, the next impact was anything but ineffective, and even Barristan winced at the sound as Sir Richard fell. The crowd hushed as Jaime dismounted to check on the knight, and it took a moment before Richard managed to rise to his feet, winded but thankfully unharmed. "That looked much worse than it was," Jon said, and Barristan nodded in agreement. "Aye, that it did," he replied. "Sir Jon, care for a wager, or is it only my brother you make bets with?" a voice called out. Barristan turned to see Lord Renly riding toward them, his young squire trailing behind. "Name your terms, my lord," Jon said with a smirk. "How about 500 gold dragons?" Renly proposed, his gaze fixed on Jon. "What do you say, my prince? Should we take Lord Renly's wager?" "I leave the decision to you," Jon suggested, and Barristan couldn't help but notice the wide-eyed expression on Tommen's face as he turned to Lord Renly. "We accept, uncle," Tommen declared, earning a pat on the back from Jon. "Then I wish you both good fortune, Sir Jon, nephew," Renly said. Barristan watched as Jon mounted Winter while Tommen led the horse onto the field, a sense of anticipation building as they both readied their lances. "What did I miss?" Jaime asked, joining them with Lady Brienne by his side. Lord Renly wagered 500 gold dragons on Jon's victory, Cregan informed him, and Barristan heard Jaime laugh as he glanced at the field. "What is it with stags and wagers?" Jaime chuckled, still amused by the unfolding events. The horses thundered down the track, and it was during the third tilt that Jon finally secured his victory, although it took until the fourth tilt for it to fully unfold. The blow Jon landed on Renly's shoulder proved to be more significant than the strike that unhorsed him. Jon hit him flush and hard, and Barristan suspected Renly wouldn't be able to move that arm for a day or two once the bruising set in. The fourth tilt was fueled by Renly's pride and could have ended much worse had Jon not pulled his lance at the last moment, merely knocking Renly off his seat without causing further damage. "Well, I made it," Jon said as he rode back and dismounted. Jaime, Jon, Loras, and Barristan exchanged glances, and Barristan couldn't help but smile at the camaraderie surrounding him. "Come, let's see who faces whom next," he suggested as they made their way to the draw. This time, it would be conducted in front of the crowd, unlike the previous rounds. Lord Jaime Lannister to face. The herald paused, and the crowd hushed. Jon and Loras leaned in eagerly. Loras Tyrell. Sir Barristan Selmy to face Sir Jon Snow. Barristan was pleased to see no disappointment on Jon's face. "I had hoped to face Loras, at least then I'd have had a chance to make it to the final," Jon joked, rolling his eyes as he and Jaime watched the two young men playfully push each other while laughing. "I wish you good fortune, Sir Barristan." "I expect you to give it your all," Jon said, leaving no doubt he meant every word. "As I do you, Sir Jon." "Lord Jaime, Loras, I wish you both the best," Barristan replied, and Jon extended his good wishes in return. In King's Landing, 297 AC, during the reign of Jaehaerys Targaryen, even after the events of the last few days, Barristan found it easy to focus on what lay ahead, a ride against the bold once more. As he watched Jaime and Loras ride out, he nodded to them both, only to notice something unusual. Brienne was carrying Jaime's sword for some reason. Jon shifted his gaze from the field to the crowd. Daisy held Joanna, and the little girl waved enthusiastically at her father. Daisy rolled her eyes at something Jaime had done, which Jon had missed. Robert sat with Jon Arryn and his wife, alongside the other two Tullys. From his vantage point, Jon could see Lady Catelyn wearing a smug smile, but what truly caught his attention was the conversation between Robert and Littlefinger. The two men laughed and joked as if they were the best of friends, leaving Jon wondering about their camaraderie. His focus soon shifted to the Tyrells, where he spotted Sansa and Willis sharing a laugh over something, even as the Lord kept an eye on the field. Lord Mace and Lady Allery watched with a mix of pride and concern as Loras waved to the crowd. Nearby, Lady Olenna sat close to Margaery, alternating her gaze between her granddaughter and Loras. Margaery looked stunning, and Jon felt a twinge of jealousy that she couldn't cheer for him with the same enthusiasm. "They're getting ready, Sir Jon," Tommen said, pulling Jon back to the moment. He looked from the crowd to the field, where the knights were preparing for their first ride. "Then we shall wish them both well, my prince, and hope I'm ready to face one of them in the final," Jon replied. Tommen nodded and shouted good luck, bringing a smile to Jon's face. Honor moved a little quicker than Bluebell, resulting in Jaime's lance striking home a fraction of a second before Loras's. The impact dampened the sting of Loras's strike, which was fortunate for Jaime, as it had been one of the best hits he'd witnessed throughout the tournament. Both lances shattered on the second ride, and during the third, it appeared to Jon that Loras had just barely taken both hits. On the fourth ride, Loras caught Jaime on the shoulder, and Jon winced at the sight of Jaime's stiff movements afterward. He remembered the bruise from an earlier tilt and could only imagine how much larger it would be now. Jaime felt a surge of energy, and whether he had been holding back or simply needed a moment to gather himself, he charged forward with renewed speed in the next tilt. He successfully unseated Loras, then paused his horse, Honor, to watch as Loras regained his footing. The crowd erupted in cheers for Jaime's victory, but Jay noticed him glance at Brienne before he nodded and dismounted. "What's he doing, Sir Jon?" Tommen asked, puzzled. As Jay watched Jaime speak to Loras, with Brienne rushing to his side, the crowd fell silent in anticipation. "Loras Tyrell, kneel," Jaime commanded. Jay saw Loras remove his helm, and like the rest of the crowd, he erupted into cheers that were louder and more genuine than anything he could remember. When Loras stood again, Jay could see the tears in his friend's eyes. Everything Loras had ever aspired to be was now within his grasp, and the fact that it was Jaime who honored him made the moment even more special. "He's Sir Loras now," Jay said to Tommen, who looked thrilled, clearly not expecting to witness such a moment today. "Come, we can talk to the new knight later, my prince. We have our own tilt to prepare for." As he and the bold rode out, Jaime and Loras passed by, and Jay bowed, as did Barristan, to the newly named knight. Loras's tears had been replaced by a radiant smile as he returned their nod. Riding over to where Robb waited, Jay looked down at the prince, who was being handed the lance. He turned, ready to ride against the bold, feeling grateful to have made it this far. "Good fortune, Sir Jon," Tommen shouted as he and Winter cantered to the edge of the field, preparing to face Sir Barristan. Seeing the knight at the other end of the field was just as daunting as facing the bold up close. As they began their charge, Jay braced himself for the impact. He managed to block the first lance easily with his shield, though he found his own strike was parried just as effectively. On the second attempt, he felt a bit more control. It felt like crashing into a stone wall, and the third tilt was like being struck by one. As he approached the fourth, Jay focused intently on Sir Barristan's movements, searching for any sign that might give him an advantage. It wasn't until the sixth tilt that he spotted an opening, and he would have to wait until the seventh to act on it. He urged Winter to pick up speed, feeling her legs stretch beneath him. As Barristan readied his lance, Jay lifted his leg from the stirrup, shifting his weight onto the other foot. When Barristan's blow struck, Jay had twisted in the saddle, leaving him with no resistance to push against. The lance found nothing to brace against, throwing Barristan off balance, and Jay executed his own strike with precision, watching as Barristan tumbled to the ground. Settling back into the saddle, his foot still only in one stirrup, Jay turned to see Barristan rising to his feet and rode toward him. The knight laughed as Jay approached, and it was only then that Jay fully realized he had won and would be facing Jaime in the final. When he dismounted, he saw the prince looking at him with a mix of astonishment and joy, while Loras clapped him on the back and Robb cheered him on. But Jay's focus was solely on Jaime, who was preparing to ride against him for the first time. "You beat the bold, Sir Jon. You beat the bold," Tommen exclaimed, his face lighting up with a broad smile. "My squire brings me luck, my prince." Come, we have one more opponent to face, Jay replied, and Tommen nearly skipped beside Winter as they followed Jaime onto the field. They rode in silence, no words needed between them. Jay knew he didn't have to tell Jaime to give it his all. They nodded to each other when they halted to face the crowd. Your graces, my lords and ladies, welcome to the final joust between Lord Jaime Lannister, the Warden of the West, and Ser Jon Snow, the White Wolf, the herald announced, and the crowd erupted in cheers. It was the final joust, and although Jay would have chosen this moment himself, it didn't make the experience any more thrilling than it could have been. After the third tilt, he realized that despite both of them giving their all, the match lacked the excitement he had hoped for. He couldn't quite pinpoint why. They were both putting in the effort, but perhaps they just couldn't meet the crowd's soaring expectations. He sensed the audience growing restless. That all changed in the fourth tilt. Both knights struck home, and had it not been for their sheer will and determination, either of them might have been unhorsed. In the fifth, however, they both went down. Jaime struck him flush at the same moment Jay caught him, and they landed safely. Yet again, Jay felt the excitement in the crowd wane. This joust needed to be more than what it had turned out to be. My sword, he called out, his voice echoing as the crowd cheered. Jaime echoed his call, and Jay noticed Robert leaning forward in anticipation, along with others, as he and Jaime faced each other. While he may not have given them the thrilling ride they had hoped for, he could still deliver a fight they would remember for a long time. As he took his stance, he smirked when Jaime tapped the ground 3 times. Good fortune, Ser Jon, Jaime said. Good fortune, Lord Jaime, Jay replied, and the fight commenced. He and Jaime had sparred before, some lasting over an hour, others just a few moments, but this felt different. He knew it wouldn't be a quick encounter. As he parried blows and sidestepped, he aimed his own attacks, feigning and thrusting simultaneously before spinning away from Jaime's riposte. Jaime scored the first 2 points after a few minutes, but Jay felt himself loosening up. He began to move more freely and quickly than he had before. Thrust, parry, thrust, spin, attack from the left, then spin again, and to the right, feigning a spin before unleashing a flurry of strikes. When he caught, Jay noticed Jaime wince as he struck his shoulder, and in that moment, he knew he had a chance to seize the day. Feigning another attack, he forced Jaime to overcompensate in an attempt to cover up his discomfort. Jay landed 2 solid blows on Jaime's left side, and he heard Jaime chuckle as they backed off to regroup. However, Jaime quickly countered with a strike to Jay's stomach that would have been devastating if he hadn't been wearing armor. The crowd roared even louder as Jay began to incorporate more jumps and spins into his moves. Jaime skillfully parried them all, but Jay was aware of how impressive they must look to the spectators. With renewed focus, Jay aimed for Jaime's unprotected side while his opponent guarded his injured shoulder. Jay felt a twinge of sympathy for the stiffness and pain Jaime would undoubtedly experience the next day. The score stood at 4-3 in Jay's favor, and he was ready to go for the finish. He feigned a sweep at Jaime's legs, causing him to fall onto his injured shoulder, which allowed Jay to roll in without receiving a counterattack. By the time Jaime realized Jay was behind him, it was too late. Jay held his sword to the back of Jaime's head, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Yield, he asked. Jaime nodded. I yield, Ser Jon. The day is yours, he replied. Jay removed his sword and inquired about Jaime's shoulder. It's just a bruise, Jon. Nothing more, Jaime assured him. Your graces, my lords and ladies, I present to you the winner of the joust at the Tourney of King's Landing, 297 AC, Ser Jon Snow. Robb rushed over with Tommen and Winter, helping Jay mount again before handing him the lance. Jay rode towards the garland, and the crowd fell silent as he turned back around. He knew what he should do, but propriety be damned, he thought as he approached Margaery. Lady Margaery, I would name you the Queen of Love and Beauty, he declared, igniting fevered whispers and cheers as she accepted the garland and placed it upon herself. You honor me, Sir Jon, and I thank you for this and for rescuing me from my attacker. You, sir, are a true knight, and any lady would be proud to be named queen by someone like you. Margaery said, her smile radiant. As he nodded and rode away, he heard the cheers of the crowd and felt the favor at his hip. Chapter 106, Carry on My Wayward Son. King's Landing, 297 AC. Margaery hadn't taken the flowers out of her hair since the joust. As she sat in her room, gazing into the looking glass, the blooms still adorned her hair, along with a smile that had been plastered on her face ever since Jon had claimed victory that day. Her heart had raced when he was unhorsed, only to see Jaime topple as well. Then, watching them face each other with swords drawn had been exhilarating. While the crowd may not have appreciated the final joust, for Margaery, it was the greatest spectacle she had ever witnessed. The excitement had taken a while to build, but it had only intensified her own thrill. To see Jon defeat Jaime and then ride toward the garland was incredible, and her heart pounded as he drew closer. A small part of her urged him to ride past, to crown Joy or Sansa instead, but the larger part longed for what he ultimately did. The weight of the crowd's gaze on both of them brought back memories of her attack and the fact that it was Jon who had come to her rescue. She knew there would be some who would be outraged by his choice to crown her, but she believed most would see it as a true testament to his knighthood, rescuing a lady in distress and then crowning her to ease that distress. So lost was she in her reflection that Margaery didn't notice the door open or her grandmother enter. "You two are not as careful as I had hoped," her grandmother said, a note of disapproval in her voice. "What did you expect me to do, grandmother? Refuse them?" Margaery replied, a hint of defiance in her tone. "No, but you cannot over-celebrate, Margaery. Not tonight at the feast. Bring the flowers with you, wear them, and dance with Jon, but just this once. You must appear grateful for what he did, but not as though you hoped he'd crown you," her grandmother advised. "Very well, grandmother," Margaery said, her voice carrying a touch more compliance. "Margaery," her grandmother said, and Margaery felt a wave of irritation. She wasn't in the mood for a lecture. "I said very well. I've agreed to do as you've asked. Can I at least enjoy the fact that my husband crowned me, grandmother? Can I take comfort in that?" She watched as her grandmother nodded, but hesitation lingered in the air before her grandmother finally left the room. Margaery hadn't meant to snap. She knew her grandmother was only looking out for both of them, but she wished she could savor the moment a little longer. Reaching up, she removed the garland from her head and placed it gently on the table. Then, she stood and walked over to her wardrobe, sifting through the dresses until she spotted a striking red and black one. A smile spread across her face. She had never worn it before, but she eagerly anticipated the day when she could proudly don the colors of her house and her husband's. After bathing and dressing in a lovely green and gold gown, she made her way to Sansa's room. As she entered, she found her friend already dressed and laughing with Mira and Mega, while Eleanor soon joined them. Sansa noticed the garland in Margaery's hand and reached out to take it, placing it carefully in her hair. They exchanged smiles as they turned to head towards the carriages. Upon arriving at the Red Keep, Margaery spotted Loras. Initially, she felt a thrill at the prospect of speaking with her brother for the first time since he had been knighted. However, her excitement waned slightly when she noticed he had been waiting outside for them. Yet, he seemed relaxed, and when he approached, he explained, "Lord Jaime said I should arrive with my family, but we worried that we'd miss you." "Well then, good sir, would you escort us inside, ladies? I feel we'll all benefit from a knight's company," she replied, a playful smile on her lips. Loras chuckled and took her and Mega by the arm. As they arrived at the Great Hall, they were announced and stepped inside to find the room nearly full, only the. Margaery scanned the room, noticing the royal family hadn't arrived yet. Her gaze quickly found Jon, sitting comfortably with the younger Lannisters, flanked by Martin and Joy. They were all laughing, and she could see Jon playfully slapping Martin on the back. But as soon as the announcement of the royal family's arrival echoed through the hall, Jon turned to her. She caught his smile when he noticed the garland adorning her head, and he gave her a small nod followed by a sly wink that made her giggle. No sooner had they settled into their seats than the king and queen entered, accompanied by the rest of the royal family. Margaery felt a cringe run through her when she noticed the prince's gaze on her. His smile didn't reach his eyes, which hardened as they fell on the garland she wore. The first dish was served to the Lannister table, and she heard her grandmother whisper to Willis that it was Jon the king was acknowledging, not the Lannisters. Looking over, she saw the king raise his glass, confirming her grandmother's words yet again. "You look beautiful, sister." "Never have I seen a queen who deserves it more," Loras said, reaching for her hand. She squeezed it gently before letting it go. "Thank you, Loras. You make a handsome and worthy knight, and we're all so very proud of you," she replied, noticing her brother swallow uncomfortably. "I had no idea he planned that. I hoped to be knighted by Lord Jaime one day, but I never thought it would be today," he admitted. "You deserved it, brother," she said a bit too loudly. "What? Who deserved it?" their father asked, looking at them both. "Loras, father. He deserves to be honored this way, to be knighted by Lord Jaime," she explained, watching her father's eyes fill with pride. "That he did." To Loras, her father declared, and they all raised their glasses in a toast to the newly anointed knight. After that, eating the meal felt almost like a chore, but Margaery wasn't hungry, nor did she dislike the meal. She simply wished for it to be over so the music could start. Each time she glanced toward Jon's table, she noticed him looking back at her. When the moment for dancing finally arrived, she eagerly awaited him to approach. Tradition dictated that the winner of the joust would invite the woman he crowned for the first dance, allowing everyone else to join afterward. So, when Jon walked over, she couldn't help but smile. "Lady Margaery, would you honor me with this dance?" Jon asked, and she nodded as she stood. "I would, Sir Jon." For a moment, she ignored the rest of the room and focused solely on Jon as they danced. Each time he turned her a certain way, he looked deeply into her eyes. "Grandmother says we should only do this once tonight," she said softly. "She's probably right. Others will want to dance with the Queen of Love and Beauty, and though I'd rather they didn't, I won't deny you the chance to be celebrated as you deserve." "I don't wish to dance with anyone else, Jon," she replied, noticing the smirk on his face. "Just this once, Jon," he teased, and she felt the urge to slap his shoulder at the playful look he wore. "You are not funny," she said, biting her cheek to suppress a smile. "I'm very funny. Perhaps my lady wishes me to prove it. I can act the fool if that's what you desire." "Shall I make faces?" he asked, hollowing out his cheeks in a comical manner. Margaery shook her head, laughing despite herself. "Jon," she said reproachfully, but he stopped and looked at her with newfound seriousness. She found herself captivated by his lips as he spoke. "This will be the last time we hide, Margaery. Next time we stand in this hall, everyone will know the truth. On that, you have my vow." She nodded as the song came to an end. Margaery watched as Jon danced with Sansa and then with Joy, while she was approached by Lord Renly, who she was glad to see favored one of his arms. His small talk was made more bearable by the grimaces she suppressed each time she pressed down a smile. Margaery watched the scene unfold with a mix of curiosity and unease. When Jon was summoned to the king, she caught only snippets of the conversation, but she couldn't miss the king's hearty laughter and Prince Tommen's eager expression. His face was so different from that of his brother or mother. Later, when she heard a cough behind her, she already knew who it would be. "My lady, it would be an honor to dance with the most beautiful woman in all the realm," Joffrey said, smiling as he extended his hand. "Thank you, my prince," she replied reluctantly, accepting his invitation. As they danced, Margaery stole glances over Joffrey's shoulder toward Jon, who sat at the table with his eyes fixed on her. She longed to smile at him, but she knew she couldn't. Instead, she forced a smile as she listened to the prince prattle on about how he would have crowned her properly, unlike the bastard who had dishonored her. She was amazed at her own ability to maintain her composure, and she felt a wave of relief when the dance finally ended, allowing her to return to her seat. She turned down the next 2 dance requests but finally accepted when Loras asked her to join him on the floor. It was a welcome distraction, a chance to escape from the annoyances that had been circling her like vultures. She couldn't help but smile when she saw Jon leading Prince Tommen to his table, the young boy blushing adorably as he asked Joy to dance. As the night drew to a close, Margaery felt a sense of relief at the thought of heading back to the manse. She was even more delighted to see Ghost waiting for her in the garden, alongside Fawn. While it wasn't the same as lying in bed with her husband, Margaery found that her nights since the attack were far more comforting with Ghost by her side. In King's Landing, in the year 297 AC, Robert Baratheon woke with a pounding headache. He staggered to the privy and relieved himself, then made his way to the bed to prepare for the day ahead. He couldn't remember who the girl from the night before was, but he was grateful she was gone when he woke up that morning. After dressing, he walked to the dining room, where he found his wife and children already gathered, breaking their fast. His daughter greeted him with a bright smile, which he returned as he took his seat. As he bit into the bacon, Robert noticed the expressions on the faces of his sons and his wife. Joffrey sat there with a smug smile, while Cersei's expression shifted from satisfaction to a glare directed at Tommen. The sight of his younger son surprised him. He had never seen Tommen so angry before, and oddly enough, it filled him with a sense of pride, something he had been feeling more frequently about Tommen lately. "Will you be meeting up with Ser Jon today, Tommen? Practicing a bit?" he asked. Tommen tore his gaze away from Cersei and looked at him, the fire in his eyes momentarily catching Robert off guard. "Mother says now that the tourney is over, I have no need to be with Ser Jon, father," Tommen replied. "What's that now?" Robert turned to his wife, seeking clarification. "My love, we agreed that Tommen could squire for Jon Snow during the tourney. It's over now, and I think it's time we found him a more suitable knight," Cersei said, her smile irritating him as it often did. "Who's more suitable than the winner of both the melee and the joust?" he challenged, glancing at Tommen, who nodded in agreement. "We agreed, Robert," Cersei reiterated. We agreed, and then the lad won both events with our son serving as his squire. Who better for Tommen to learn from than such a knight?" he argued, surprised when Tommen spoke up before Cersei could respond. "He also helped train our cousin Martin, who won the squire's melee. Ser Jon told me he could train me to be just as good," Tommen said, and Robert found himself smiling at the thought of seeing at least one of his sons compete. "I'm sure he could," Robert replied, glaring at Joffrey when he snorted dismissively. "Far better than any attempts to train your brother anyway." "Robert," Cersei exclaimed loudly. "What? At least one of my sons should be able to wield a sword." "It's far better he learns from someone who beat the Kingslayer," he said, laughing as he did so. Cersei's voice cut through the air, filled with anger. "Would you see our son shamed like this? Shamed to be squired to a bastard?" Robert shot back, "Ned's boy isn't just any ordinary bastard, he's a damn fine knight. Did you not hear the cheers, woman? Were you not at the feast last night when the lords were complimenting me on my son being part of Ser Jon's victory?" "He's a bastard, Robert," she insisted. "Piss on that. He's a fucking knight, and the best one I've seen in many years. Gods, his father defeated Ser Arthur Dayne, and Ned wasn't half the swordsman his boy is." Tommen, eyes wide with excitement, chimed in, "Can I go speak with him, father?" "Aye," Robert replied. "He's coming here today to collect his prize and wagers. Go spend the day with him, and let me think on this." The hug Tommen gave him was worth the contemptuous look he received from Cersei. If Robert thought his day would smooth out after breaking his fast, he was quickly proven wrong. Soon, he found himself visited by Jon Arryn and Littlefinger. He felt a sense of comfort knowing he had bested Littlefinger the day before, especially after the fool made a series of wagers against Ned's boy, culminating in the last one when Jon faced the Kingslayer with a sword. "Another wager, Your Grace?" Littlefinger asked, his eyes glinting with mischief. Robert laughed. "I've taken all your coin, Lord Baelish. You already owe me more than 3,000 gold dragons. Are you sure you can afford more?" He took a sip of his wine, watching as Tommen and Ned's other boy carried the sword to Jon Snow. "How about double or nothing, Your Grace?" Littlefinger proposed. "If I win, I'm clear. If you win, you keep what I've lost, and I'll add this." He held up a dagger, its blade gleaming. I'll take that wager," Robert replied, eyeing the Valyrian steel with interest. He felt his hand rest on his hip where the dagger now lay, smirking at Littlefinger. But the smile quickly faded when Jon's voice broke through with a warning tone. "You can't do this, Robert. I forbid it." "Jon Arryn," Robert said, feeling his anger rise, "you forget who wears the crown here. What exactly is it you forbid me from doing?" He was pleased to see Jon look abashed. "Making Tommen squire to Ser Jon? You can't, Robert. Just look at how it appears. If Tommen were to earn his spurs from such a knight." Jon Arryn shook his head angrily. "Such a knight? The best damn warrior since Ser Arthur, they say. Hell, even if I faced the lad with my hammer, I'd struggle. Did you not hear the crowd, Jon? Did you not hear them cheer? 4 and 10, and he beat the bold himself. Not to mention he defeated the Kingslayer with a damn sword in his hands." Robert said, his voice rising. "I believe Lord Jon refers to his birth, my lord, not his knighthood," Littlefinger chimed in, wearing a smile that Robert did not trust. "My best friend's son, Littlefinger, and don't you forget it. Knighted by my own hands. If that's not enough, I haven't seen my boy so excited about anything other than a cat in years." He smiled at the thought of Tommen wielding a sword. "Robert, you must reconsider," Jon Arryn urged. "Must I? Not only is he worthy, but where is he based, Jon?" "Baelish, where?" "Casterly Rock, Your Grace," Littlefinger replied. With Tommen's family, Jon. Hell, I'd probably have fostered him there anyway. So no, I will not reconsider." After they left, Robert poured himself some wine but thought better of it. Instead, he found himself walking through the halls with Ser Aerys at his back. When he reached the windows overlooking the sparring yard, he looked down, hoping for a glimpse of his boy. He spotted Tommen standing there with a wooden sword. Leaning closer, he watched as Ser Jon demonstrated some moves, and Tommen began to mimic them. The smile on his son's face grew ever larger. Damn them all if they thought he was wrong. King's Landing, 297 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen had hated the feast, except for his one dance with Margaery and the chance to speak freely with some men he hadn't been able to address publicly until now. Raymond and Montford were there, and he exchanged brief words with Lord Rowan, Lord Ashford, Ser Baelor, and Ser Jon Fossaway, all congratulating him on the day. Jay did his best to assess them during the limited time he had to converse. With Montford and Raymond, he arranged a meeting for the following day. He also spoke with Lord Tarly, asking Willis to attend on his grandmother's behalf and to explain it to Olenna later. He then danced with Sansa and Joy, sharing brief moments with Prince Tommen and Princess Marcella. Watching Margaery dance with other men was difficult, especially with Prince Joffrey. It was worrying. Yet each time he glanced her way, he smiled, happy to see her smiling back. Eventually, he was able to take his leave when Margaery did, and he found himself eager for his bed. The next morning, he broke his fast with Jaime and Geryon. He asked Geryon to attend the meeting later, knowing that Jaime's presence would raise too much suspicion if anyone were to notice. Afterward, he, Loras, Cregan, and Brienne made their way to the Red Keep to spar and spend the morning before he needed to present himself at court. Looking up at the balcony, he smiled when he saw Margaery and Sansa looking down, with Joy leaning against the wall, shouting encouragement as he and Loras sparred. "I swear you don't even try against the others, you save it all for me, don't you?" Loras chuckled as Jay won the match. "What can I say?" "I try, Loras," he replied, watching as Loras motioned behind him. "Ser Jon. Ser Jon." Tommen called out, running quickly towards him. "My prince?" Jay asked, glancing at Ser Barristan, who walked briskly behind Tommen. "Ser Jon, father." "Father, he says I can be your squire." "For real, not just for the tourney," Tommen exclaimed, nearly breathless, his face lighting up with a beaming smile. The shock of how easy it had been, mixed with his own worries, shifted his expression. "You will have me as your squire, won't you, Ser Jon?" he asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "I'd be honored, my prince." "Why, without you, we might have had to watch Loras give out more roses," Jon replied with a wink, causing Tommen to glance at Loras before bursting into laughter. "That's not fair, Jon," Loras said, feigning hurt. "Ah, poor Loras," Jon said, pulling Loras into a hug while rolling his eyes at Tommen, which made the boy laugh even more. After speaking with Barristan, who seemed unaware of this turn of events, Jon chatted with Tommen about the realities of being a squire, explaining that it would soon mean leaving the city. Jay was pleased to see the prince's enthusiasm undiminished. When Tommen asked if he could have a lesson, Jay gladly agreed. The prince had rarely held a sword, but he seemed to catch on quickly. Soon, Jay had him practicing moves and correcting his stance, and Tommen adapted swiftly to the guidance. "I believe it's time we saw the king, Ser Jon," Barristan announced. Jay nodded, wiping his brow with a damp cloth as they headed inside. The throne room was packed. Sitting on the throne, Robert appeared surprisingly sober, smiling as he spotted Jay, Barristan, and Tommen entering. Jay scanned the room, noting Jaime, Daisy, Jenna, Kevin, and Olenna, all gathered close, yet keeping their distance. He took his place at the back of the room, directing Tommen to stand beside him. The prince looked from where his family sat to where he was, then to Jay, who nodded reassuringly. "Ser Jon Snow, come forward so your king can reward you," Robert called out. Jay turned to Tommen and motioned for him to walk with him. "Stand by my side," he said, as they approached the throne. "Shoulder, my prince," he whispered, and Tommen nodded in agreement. "Ser Jon, I extend my congratulations on your victories in the melee and the joust, though I am reluctant to pay you the wager you won," Robert said with a laugh. "I got lucky, your grace. But if what Prince Tommen tells me is true, I believe coin is not my greatest reward today," Jon replied, and Robert chuckled as he glanced at his son. "You couldn't keep it to yourself, son," Robert said, laughing once more. "No, Ser Jon, coin is not the boon I wish to bestow upon you. My son came to me and asked to be your squire, not just for the tournament but until he's ready to be knighted. What say you, Ser Jon? Do you accept this honor from your king?" Jay took a knee, looking up at the throne as every eye in the room turned toward him. Robert appeared surprised but pleased as he watched. "I am truly humbled by this honor, your grace," Jay said. "Stand up, lad." "Tommen, come here," Robert instructed. Jay watched as Robert reached down to his hip. "A gift fit for a prince," Robert said, handing Tommen a dagger. Jay's gaze shifted from Tommen's excited face to the dragon-bone hilt and the gleaming Valyrian steel. When Tommen returned to him, Jay bowed and prepared to leave, but Robert had other plans. "My lords and ladies, I present to you the winner of the melee and the joust, Ser Jon Snow, and his squire, Prince Tommen Baratheon," Robert announced to loud applause and cheers. After several other winners were called forward, Robert summoned Barristan to him, and he invited Jon and Tommen to join him for lunch. Jay sat quietly as Robert shared war stories, relieved he didn't mention the trident. Once the meal was over, Tommen and Barristan were asked to stay, and Jay made his way out of the room. As he walked through the corridors, he passed Sir Richard and Princess Myrcella. Sir Jon, the princess said with a frown upon seeing him. Jay wondered why she was looking at him that way until it suddenly hit him. Princess, Sir Richard, he said with a respectful bow. Is it true that you and Tommen will be leaving soon? She asked softly. Aye, it is, my princess, he replied, noticing the frown return to her face. Perhaps you could come visit us. Casterly Rock isn't that far by ship, and aside from your brother, I'm sure your cousins would be delighted to see you. Do you really think so, Sir Jon? She asked, a smile breaking through. I know Lord Jaime and Lady Dacey would love nothing more than to see you, as would Joanna and Joy. With Tommen there as well, it gives even more reason for a visit, doesn't it? It does, it does. Tommen's name day is only a few moons away. I could come for that. Thank you, Sir Jon. I'll speak to father, she said, nearly skipping away. Sir Richard shot him a warm smile as he followed her. Jon needed to speak to Jenna about his conversation with the princess. So far, neither of them had been able to come up with a believable excuse for why Myrcella could leave. Jaime had suggested fostering her somewhere close to Bran, but while that would have made sense if Bran were fostering, it didn't fit with him squiring. He walked through the halls until he reached Arthur, who was waiting and looked relieved to see him unharmed. No guards had been allowed into the royal apartments, but he felt safe walking with Barristan. Sir Demon, I believe we have somewhere else we need to be, Arthur said, and Jon nodded as they headed off to meet the others. King's Landing, 297 AC, Barristan stood in the room, watching the king laugh with the stag, and he wondered how Jon could endure it. Each time he caught Jon's eye, he could see the toll the mummery was taking. He was glad when lunch was finally over, but then surprised when he and Tommen were asked to stay, soon discovering what was on Robert's mind. Robert turned to Tommen, making sure this was truly what the boy wanted. After promising to visit him as soon as he could, he asked the prince to leave. Once Tommen was gone, Robert faced Sir Barristan. My wife thinks I'm mad, Sir Barristan. She and Jon both believe I've lost my senses. What do you think? Robert asked. I don't feel qualified to answer that, Your Grace, Barristan replied. For heaven's sake, Barristan, I'm asking you a question. Do you think him a worthy knight? A more than worthy knight, Your Grace. A knight the realm hasn't seen in an age, Barristan said with a smile, noticing the king nod in agreement. My own thoughts exactly, sir. However, my wife will have my head unless I send you with Tommen. Damn the woman. She wants me to send away my Lord Commander to protect my son when he's in no danger at all, Robert said, taking a sip of wine. I do not understand the mind of a mother, Your Grace. While I agree there is no danger to Prince Tommen, perhaps it could be a temporary arrangement. Show her you acknowledge her concerns, and then in time, you can make other plans, Barristan suggested. Robert looked at him and laughed. Gods, I've wasted you. For years, I kept you out of the small council, even though it was your right. I thought you were too close to the dragons and couldn't bear to hear you defend them, Robert said, raising his hand when Barristan started to speak. You should go say your goodbyes to your brothers, Sir Barristan. I don't know when Sir Jon leaves, but take the day to prepare yourself. I shall protect him with my life, Your Grace, Barristan said as he turned to leave. Protect them both, Sir Barristan, Ned's lad as well, Robert added. Barristan nodded as he departed. He checked in with Tommen and found him with his sister. Sir Richard was on guard, and Barristan noticed Sir Mandon, Sir Justin, and Sir Preston also on duty. Calling to Sir Mandon from the king's door, he stood with Sir Richard and waited. Sir Mandon, grab some guards and watch over the prince and princess until Sir Richard returns, Barristan instructed. The knight barely glanced at him as he nodded. Sir Richard, if you'll follow me, Barristan said. He made his way toward White Sword Tower, Ser Richard walking beside him. They could have had this conversation outside the prince and princess's room, but Barristan preferred to have it just once. Once inside the tower, he walked to Ser Aerys's room and found the knight preparing for bed. Grateful he didn't have to wake him, Barristan invited him to join them in the round room. He poured each of them a mug of water and grabbed some bread and cheese. Ser Richard was the only one who ate, and Barristan smiled at that, well accustomed to feeling hungry while on duty. His Grace has named Prince Tommen as squire to Ser Jon Snow. The prince will leave when Ser Jon heads back to Casterly Rock, and as per her Grace's request, I'm to accompany them, he said. Ser Richard looked up at him, surprised. But you're the Lord Commander. Surely this is a job for someone else? Ser Aerys questioned. It is at the Queen's request, Ser Aerys. I don't yet know when the ship will be leaving. I'll need to speak to Ser Jon to find out the details, and I'll consult with the others before I go. For now, I remain Lord Commander, but with my absence, there may be a push to replace me. Until I'm replaced, my orders can only be superseded by the King's own, and so here they are, Barristan explained, looking at both men. Lord Commander? Ser Richard asked, sensing Barristan's hesitation. Protect the princess as you have been doing, Ser Richard, and you too, Ser Aerys. I fear for her safety now that Prince Joffrey is back. I leave it to your judgment on how best to keep her safe, he instructed. Lord Commander? Ser Richard asked, confusion etched on his face. We've all seen what that boy is capable of, Ser Richard. What he did in Highgarden, apparently, Lord Stannis also fears for his daughter around him. We've managed to protect her from him so far, but as he grows older, it may become more difficult. While I'm away, I want you both to continue as you have been and to remember that I am always on your side, he said, and both Ser Richard and Ser Aerys nodded in agreement. As Ser Aerys made his way back to his bed and Ser Richard took his leave, Barristan began to gather his belongings, glancing around the room and wondering when he would return to this place. A smile crept across his face as he imagined sitting at the table with Arthur again. He then stood up, heading to the Lannister manse to find out when they would be leaving. Soon, he would finally be at his king's side in a proper capacity for the first time. King's Landing, 297 AC, Robb felt the weight of time pressing on him. Even though they were preparing to leave in a day or so, he found himself with far too much time on his hands. He had expected to be rushed off his feet during the tourney and now wished he had participated in the joust, just for something extra to occupy his time. Jon seemed to have no spare moments, and while Robb knew his brother envied the time he got to spend with Winifred, he couldn't help but feel envious of Jon for all the activities he was involved in. Robb was sitting in the garden of the manse with Winifred and Willa, lost in thought, when Lord Wyman walked in, holding a letter. From your father, Robb. It seems we're to go to Winterfell, not White Harbor, Wyman said as he handed over the note. Robb looked at the Lord, curious about his father's reasoning for the change in destination, and puzzled by Wyman's smile as he spoke to his granddaughters. Opening the note quickly, Robb began to read, his heart racing as he absorbed the contents, both shocking and unsurprising at the same time. Robb, I had hoped to have you come home to tell you this news in person, but given the tourney and my own inability to attend, I've been left with no choice but to convey it this way. After receiving your mother's blessing and following my own heart, I've asked, and Elle has accepted, to be my wife. I hope you and your brothers and sisters can travel to the wedding, and I look forward to seeing you all again. I wish I could have spoken to you previously, son, but I hope I can speak to you soon. When you arrive, his father, Ned, had said. Robb's first instinct was to stand up, tear the letter in two, and storm off to the Red Keep. He wanted to confront his mother, to tell her he would not accept this. Yet, deep down, he knew that his mother and father would never get back together. His father claimed he had his mother's permission, which struck Robb as strange. That was not the only thing that felt off about his mother since their reunion. The way she had acted when he and Sansa met her made him feel as though he didn't know her at all. He wondered if his father had felt the same, and if that was why things had ended between them. "Robb, is something wrong?" Winifred asked, breaking his thoughts. He shook his head and handed her the letter to read. "I need to go speak to Sansa. I'll be back as soon as I can," he said, kissing her cheek. Wyman nodded to his guards to follow him, and Robb welcomed the walk through the streets. It gave him time to gather his thoughts and reflect on how he truly felt about everything. His mind wandered to places he wished it wouldn't. It was clear his mother harbored animosity towards Jon. That had been evident when he was in Winterfell, and it was just as clear now. Although his father hadn't directly blamed Jon for their parting, Robb knew that Jon had played a role. Sansa had warned him that they couldn't trust their mother with Jon's truth, and their last meeting had only reinforced that fear. He imagined his father must have felt the same way. But that didn't explain why his father would marry someone else. Robb began to question what could have led to this decision. Had his father fallen for another woman? Or was there more to the story? As he approached the gates of the Tyrell manse, he felt a strong urge to speak to his father for answers. Still, he hoped Sansa could provide some insight as well. "I'm here to see my sister, Lady Sansa," he announced to the guards. They nodded and escorted him inside. He found her sitting in the garden, lost in thought. Robb entered Sansa's room with Fawn at his side, holding the same letter he had just read. He felt relieved she was already aware of its contents. He hadn't wanted to be the one to break the news. "You got one too," he said with a smile. Looks like we're going to Winterfell, brother," she replied, and he nodded in agreement. "I don't understand any of this, Sansa," he admitted, feeling a mix of confusion and frustration. He was grateful when she rose from her bed and approached him. "Sit down, Robb. We have much to discuss," she said, taking his hand and guiding him to the bed. "There are things you don't know about Mother, things I've only just realized. I think we need to talk about them with Father, and once you know, you'll see it more clearly," she continued. "What things?" he asked, curiosity piqued. "Things I think it's best to hear far from here," she responded, and he found himself staring at her, unsure. "Sansa? Trust me, Robb. This is not where you want to find them out," she insisted, and he nodded slowly, feeling the weight of her words. They chatted for a few more moments, with Sansa asking if he thought Bran had received the letter. When he replied that he must have, she suggested they invite their granduncle to join them on the ship. After she promised to take care of it, their conversation shifted to Winifred and Robb's upcoming wedding. He felt himself blush as Sansa began asking if he was looking forward to it and if he wished it were sooner. As he prepared to leave, Robb hugged her and kissed her cheek. Just as he reached the door, he paused and turned back. "Sansa, are these things bad?" he asked, concern etched on his face. She nodded silently, her expression conveying all he needed to know. When Robb arrived back at the manse, he noticed that Jon still hadn't returned. Winifred seemed to be waiting for him, her face lighting up as soon as he walked in. She wouldn't leave him alone until she was sure he wasn't upset. Gradually, he found himself caring less about the heavy topics and instead shifted the conversation from his father's issues to their wedding. That night, as he lay in bed, he found himself thinking happier thoughts than he probably should have. It was King's Landing, 297 AC, Jerian. The invitation to the meeting brought him a mix of comfort and worry, something he quickly confided to Ashera. To his surprise, she revealed she had also been invited to a meeting of her own, which made him laugh at the absurdity of it all. Both of them were firmly on Jon's side, and while he knew war was looming, it had seemed like a distant idea until now, a thought that hadn't fully crystallized. But now, it felt all too real. Where he once might have craved the thrill of battle, he now felt a twinge of fear. His life had transformed dramatically. He had his keep, his daughter, and Ashera. He had so much more to lose. Jon's care for Joy, for him, and for Ashera underscored their decision to support him, yet it only heightened the stakes of what could be lost. As he entered the room, nerves settled in as the weight of their purpose began to sink in. Looking around, he realized he was the only one feeling this way. Willis appeared almost eager, while Raymond and Montfort shared that enthusiasm. Richard looked ready for a fight even at that moment. But Jon stood out among them all, and not even the stern expression on Randyll Tarly's face could match Jon's determined look. "I want to thank you all for coming here. I know how difficult and dangerous it is in this city above all," Jon said, receiving a nod from Randyll in response. "Is this everyone, Your Grace?" Randyll asked after a moment. Jon smirked. "We couldn't fit everyone, my lord, and I specifically chose those in this room. This is just a meeting to discuss trade. Everyone except you is already tied into our trading routes, and soon Hornhill will be rewarded as it deserves," Jon explained, glancing at Willis, who nodded back at Randyll. "My nephew or Lord Willis's grandmother, along with the others in this room, would be far too obvious, Lord Tarly, but I'll leave it to Jon to explain the rest," he said, smirking at Jon's expression. "I have the west through Lord Tarly, thanks to my hand, Jaime Lannister. The north is secured through my uncle Eddard, and I have Dorne with my uncles Oberyn and Doran, as well as the reach through Lady Olenna. Lord Darry and Lord Valerion have declared their support, and once I leave this city, Sir Richard will reach out to the other loyal houses," Jon stated, glancing around the room to gauge any dissent. "Which leaves the Vale, Riverlands, and the Stormlands against us, my king," Randyll noted. "The Vale and the Stormlands will support their lords and king, but you've seen Lord Tully. Do you think he'll have more luck than his father in rallying the Riverlands?" "I don't, Your Grace," Randyll replied. "I have the men, my lord, and more will come, but I have something even more valuable. I have dragons," Jon declared. Randyll laughed, but quickly noticed that no one else was joining in. "I've seen them, my lord, as has Lord Geryon and every man in this room," Willis chimed in. Randyll turned back to Jon. "I'd call for a council if I thought it would do any good, but I know it wouldn't." "The throne will need to be taken, and take it I will," Jon asserted, looking around the room. "When I leave this city, we will prepare in earnest. Arm your men and ready them for war, my lords, for war is coming, and it's coming soon." "When, my king?" Lord Montfort asked. "Within 6 moons, Lord Montfort. There are still a few more people to inform, and with that comes greater risk. If we're lucky, we'll manage to find only loyal men, but even with loyalty, there's always the chance of discovery," Jon explained, receiving nods of agreement. "We need a battle plan, Your Grace, a plan of attack," Randyll insisted. "And we will have more than one, my lord, but not today. I will listen to counsel, and before this war starts, I'm sure we'll have more than one disagreement," Jon said, eliciting laughter from the room. "The other lords of the Reach will be informed in due time. Lord Tarly, I'm sure you'll want to discuss matters with Lord Rowan and Lord Ashford," Willis said, and Randyll nodded in agreement. "My father made a grave error many years ago," Randyll continued. "He assumed that change could come through peace, and how I wish that were true. Every man in this room knows the reality and has suffered losses because of that mistake. I refuse to make the same error, my lords. My family cannot afford any more failures. I give you my oath that I will do everything in my power to ensure we emerge from this war united. The loyalty you've shown will be rewarded, and the future we seek to build will be better than the past and present we've endured." As Jon spoke, Geryon glanced around the room, noticing how each man focused on Jon, who stood tall and closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. "I swear it, my lords. For my father, my mother, my brother and sister, and for their mother, for everyone they took from me, I swear they will pay in fire and blood," Jon declared. "Fire and blood," Raymond and Montfort echoed, followed by Randyll. Willis and Richard joined in as well. Jon was asked to stay with Sir Richard and Lord Raymond, who looked at Jon, puzzled as to why he was being held back while the others were not. Lord Rhaemon, your position is the most precarious of all. The war will come to the Rivellins first, as it always does. While I hope most lords will abandon Lord Edmure, those who don't will target those who do. Robert may also seek to take your house, so I need you to do something for me, Jon said, and Rhaemon nodded. Anything, Your Grace, he replied. Keep this close, Jon instructed, handing him a cage that held a small bird inside. Your Grace? Rhaemon asked, confused. Should you find yourself in trouble, talk to the bird, my lord. Ask it for help, Jon explained, and Jerian chuckled while Richard smirked. I don't understand, Your Grace, Rhaemon admitted. Richard, Jon said as he made his way out of the room. Jerian watched as Richard brought Rhaemon to the cage, advising him to whisper to the bird. Jon leaned in close to the bird, his voice barely a whisper. Jerian couldn't make out what he said, but as soon as he finished, Richard called to the door. Moments later, Jon walked back in. Ser Willem was a good man and true, Jon began. Ser Jonathan was a loyal knight who gave his life for the father. I seek to serve the son. Rhaemon gasped. I'm a warg, Lord Rhaemon. I'll be able to come and help if called. I thank you, Your Grace, Rhaemon replied, and Jon smiled warmly. My family owes yours a debt of blood, Lord Rhaemon. I'll repay that debt if I can. As Rhaemon left, Jerian noticed Jon relaxing into the chair, his gaze drifting toward him. Ser Richard stepped out, leaving them alone, and Jon's steady stare began to unsettle Jerian. I wish it didn't have to be this way, Jon said, his voice heavy with concern. To put so many I care about in harm's way. I'd order you all to stay home if I thought you'd listen. I understand, Jerian replied, watching as Jon let out a deep sigh. I know. We take no chances, Jerian. Or as few as we must. If need be, I'll destroy him with Rhaenix. We take no chances. Jerian nodded and walked over to him. Come, it's getting late. Joy will be waiting for her story. Jon smiled as he stood up. She will. In Valyria, 297 AC, Rhaenix soared further into the city, witnessing the remnants of what once was. The sky, once filled with dragons, now held only her and Lygaron. They swooped through the towers and crumbling buildings, gliding over what had once been grand arenas and sacred temples. When they spotted the destination, they knew it was where they had to go. The dragon pit in King's Landing seemed small in comparison to this vast expanse. As they landed, Rhaenix scanned the surroundings and soon understood why they had come. Dragons were everywhere, and she instinctively knew which one to approach, just as Lygaron did. She walked toward it, moving closer, her heart racing as she prepared to uncover the mystery that awaited her. The sunlight glinted off the surface below as she gazed down, captivated. Turning to Lygaron, she noticed he had discovered something similar. As she surveyed the dragon pit, she couldn't help but wonder if there was even more hidden beneath the surface. Her curiosity propelled her toward another spot, and as she shifted it aside, she uncovered even more of the gleaming steel. She recognized its significance, but they couldn't do anything with it now. It became clear that they would need to return. But could they? Could she bring Jay here? Should she? Those questions lingered unanswered for the moment. Instead, she refocused on what had drawn her to this place. She bent down to grasp it with her legs, lifting it with ease. Lygaron struggled to hold onto his find in his mouth and eventually dragged it over to her. As she secured it beneath her legs, she took to the air, finding the weight no burden at all. I'll carry them. When we feed, you'll need to catch the prey, she said. I will. We must come back here. My rider, my father, they need to come, Lygaron replied, and she nodded as the daylight began to wane. We'll sleep and leave in the morning, she assured him, and he seemed content with that answer for now. That night, it wasn't Jay who visited her, nor was it a place she recognized. The streets were paved with black stone, and the people around her looked as though they could see her. She walked on, drawn by the sound of a harp playing. Following the melody, she spotted them in the distance, her mother sitting beneath a tree while her father played the harp. Lyanna danced nearby, and their mother rocked Aegon in her arms. "Mother," she called out, and her mother's smile lit up as she turned to her. Looking down, she realized she was a girl once more. Her little legs raced toward her mother, and she felt tears streaming down her mother's cheeks. Aegon giggled as her hair brushed against his face, and Lyanna approached her just as their father paused his playing. "My little girl, look at you," her mother said, and Rhaenys closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Her eyes sparkled as she felt her fingers brush against her face. "Mother, I've missed you," she said. Her mother gently traced her fingers over Rhaenys' lips. "We've missed you too, Rhaenys, you and your brother," her father replied, and she turned to look at him. "Father, I didn't know. I didn't know I would have brought Jay if I had known," she said, her voice filled with regret. He smiled softly and shook his head. "It's not time yet for your brother to come. One day, we'll all be together again, but not today. What you found, Rhaenys, what you found, he needs to know, but only he can come. Lygaron can't bring his rider, only Jay can come," Lyanna added. Rhaenys nodded. "Only Jay," she echoed, waking up to the first light of dawn. As the sun began to rise, she took to the sky once more, carrying them beneath her. She turned back to look at the towers in the distance, knowing she would return. Lygaron hadn't argued when she insisted that only she and Jay would go back, that Tyrion was not to come. At first, it surprised her, and then she wondered if he had seen something too, though her brother would tell her nothing when she asked. They spent the night outside Volantis, with Lygaron searching for food and bringing her back half of his own kill. Rhaenys woke early, still in darkness, and they took to the air. Lygaron grumbled about being woken, but she had sensed men nearby, and they needed to be elsewhere, so they flew toward the sea. Over Lys and Sunspear, and into the deserts beyond, Rhaenys smiled. The saddles she carried between her legs made the journey worthwhile. In King's Landing, 297 AC, Jenna made her way to the manse, relieved for a break in her daily routine. Aemon was being his usual annoying self, and the smell of the city made her long for home. The feeling of unsafety only added to her discomfort, and despite the guards were present, but it was more of a feeling than a true sense of danger. With each passing day, as Jon staked his claim, that feeling grew stronger. Jenna found herself increasingly frustrated in her attempts to communicate with her niece. It turned her stomach to see Cersei essentially offering to trade one child for another. Cersei had suggested that if Jenna could ensure Jon didn't take Tommen to Squire, perhaps Myrcella could foster at Casterly Rock. Jenna could see the wheels turning in Cersei's head as she spoke, which only made it worse. It was clear she meant none of it. So, when the note arrived, Jenna quickly prepared herself. Along with Daisy and Ashera, she took a carriage to the manse, wondering what Olenna had called the meeting for. Jenna had enjoyed the last gathering, and she and Daisy had discussed the potential of what they might achieve together in the future. Each had come up with very different plans for Jon and Margaery to consider. "Ladies, if you'll follow me," a servant said as Jenna climbed from the carriage. They didn't have far to walk, and Allery and Olenna were already waiting for them. Jenna missed those who weren't there. Lady Meage had been blunt and to the point, which she appreciated, and Lynesse had shown her cleverness. Illyria, however, had been quite different from what Jenna had expected. As she took her seat, she wondered if they would need to bring more into their little group. Would Margaery join them in the future? Who else could be invited that had something to offer? "Ladies, please sit," Allery said. Soon, they were sipping tea and exchanging pleasantries before Olenna abruptly brought the chatter to a halt. "Enough of this silly talk. It's time we got to the real reason for being here," Olenna declared. Jenna chuckled. As you say, Olenna, and that reason is? She asked. That Doran Martell tried to have my granddaughter killed, Olenna replied. Jenna's gasp was probably the loudest of all. You must be mistaken. He would not. Ashera spoke, and Jenna nodded in agreement. Tyrion and Arianne are to be wed, Olenna. What reason would Doran have for attacking Margaery? She asked. Dorne is with Jon, aren't they? Daisy chimed in. Ashera confirmed, yes, they are. Olenna, you know the man who tried to kill my granddaughter, your cousin, Ser Gerald. Do you think he did it for coin? Or that he just randomly decided to attack Margaery? Olenna inquired. No, Alaric has spoken of him as a man not to be trusted. But I doubt coin was his motive. Both Arthur and I have been unable to figure out why he would attack her, Ashera replied. What makes you think Doran is behind this? Olenna asked, taking a sip of her tea. Jon, Olenna said, looking at each of them before continuing. Jon, as king, with Margaery as his queen, gives Doran no benefit. You may argue that he would want to see Robert fall, but Doran is not his brother. Oberyn might think that way, but Doran does not. He seeks his blood on the throne, and Margaery stands in the way of that. You think he'd target Arianne and Jon? Daisy asked. I know he would, Olenna replied. But he agreed to marry her to Tyrion, Daisy pointed out. Olenna glanced at her, and it was clear she didn't want to elaborate further. Olenna, Daisy pressed. Think like Doran, Jenna. You need to support Jon. Oberyn does, and a letter from your sister confirms it. Jon has the West, the North, the Reach, and dragons. Jon will be king. Yet you want your blood on the throne. What stands in your way? Margaery, Daisy answered for her. Margaery, Olenna echoed. So you see her dead, and Jon must continue his line. Who better than Arianne? And Tyrion? Jenna asked, beginning to see the bigger picture. A king trumps a prince, Jenna, Olenna explained. This makes no sense. Why agree to the match with? Ashera, what offer did Tyrion make to Gerald? Jenna wondered, echoing her thoughts. Alary replied, if you can't kill Margaery, then there is another way. Jon? Ashera asked, and Olenna glanced at her before giving a slight nod. I believe I'm right, Doran is responsible for this, and I want nothing more than to see him dead. But I cannot act. It must be Jon, and I don't know how to tell him this, Olenna admitted. Is Margaery well protected? Ashera inquired. She is, Alary confirmed. Then we have time. I'll speak to Jon when the moment is right, Ashera decided. Are you sure? Olenna pressed. I'm sure. We can't do anything here, and I will talk to him. If Doran can't get to Margaery and shifts his focus to Jon, that gives us time. Nothing can happen until Jon is crowned, she explained, and the others nodded in agreement. Later that night, Jon approached Ashera, sharing his conversation with Myrcella. She almost kissed him when he mentioned that once they had her in Casterly Rock, that would be their moment to act. This gave them a few moons, and by then, Tyrion would return as well. Jenna knew she needed to discuss Doran's plans with them all. That evening, she considered going to Kevin, but during dinner, she found herself quieter and more irritable with Aemon than usual. The same pattern continued the next day. However, as they sailed from King's Landing 2 days later, Ashera felt herself relax a little. Aemon was almost stunned when she didn't reprimand him for slurping his soup aboard the Lady Joanna. Standing on the deck one evening, Ashera glanced at Jon and briefly entertained the idea of taking care of Doran themselves. But she quickly dismissed it. Jon had faced plots against his family all his life, and she wouldn't be one of them. Besides, he was her family now too, she thought, watching him and Walder laugh as Joy said something to Tommen. Casterly Rock, 297 AC, 3 moons later. Jaehaerys Targaryen. The bird soared over the city, its wings barely moving as it gazed at the red walls below. Soon, it crossed over the battlements and settled on a ledge, peering down at the pikes and the grim trophies resting atop them. These heads had fallen prey to a monster, and as the bird ascended back into the sky, it felt a familiar solitude wash over it, the presence that had once filled it retreating into the shadows. It wondered when that presence would return. Jay leaned against a nearby tree, eyes closed, praying to the old gods for the strength to endure. The images of the heads on the pikes were still vivid in his mind, anger simmering just beneath the surface. But then, he saw them standing before him, his mother and father, smiling, while Elia laughed. Aegon, with his long silver hair, held out his sword, beckoning him forward. "Come, Jay, spar with me," Aegon urged, a playful glint in his eyes. "Not today, Egg. You can see how busy your brother is," Elia replied, and Aegon reluctantly sheathed his sword. "Not today, little brother," came a voice from behind him, accompanied by a gentle hand on his shoulder. Jay looked up to see her long brown hair dancing in the wind and her deep purple eyes sparkling with laughter. Glancing back at the rest of his family, he felt a surge of gratitude for her presence. What lay ahead was a burden he couldn't bear alone. He needed Rhaenys by his side. "Go, you have work to do." "We'll see you soon," his mother said softly. "But not today," his father added with a warm smile. Jay opened his eyes, focusing on the tree before him. "Not today," he echoed quietly as he stood up and turned to leave the godswood. Before him stood 5 men in white cloaks, ready to die for him, ready to kill for him. He nodded to them and to the men flanking their sides. Tyrion wore black and red, adorned with a small silver crown, looking every inch the dragon. Jaime, in crimson and gold, proudly displayed the hand-shaped pin on his chest. As Jay approached them, he felt the weight of the moment settle around him. He watched as the ravens took flight, each carrying a message to every lord in the land, and one destined for the monster seated on the Iron Throne. "Your Grace," Jaime said, handing the crown over. "Lord Hand," he replied, placing it upon his head as they walked into the rock. The halls bustled with servants, and he spotted Kevin and Jenna ahead, with Jerian, Ashera, and Daisy by their side. In his hand, he clutched the scroll that had set everything in motion. The words were etched into his mind, and though he had no need to carry it, he did so anyway. "Lord Jaime Lannister, His Grace Robert Baratheon demands that the bastard Tommen Waters be delivered to the Red Keep to face judgment for his treason. Jon Arryn, hand to the king." He didn't need to read it again, it was why the banners had been called. Their loyalty to their liege lord was unquestionable, but that wasn't enough. He needed them to fight for him, so he had given them the choice and retreated to the godswood to prepare for their verdict. Arthur opened the door, and he stepped inside. The black and red he wore felt even more pronounced than his uncle's. On his finger, he wore the ring that had once belonged to an unlikely king, and on his chest, the pin his wife had gifted him, matching the one she wore. The crown on his head was the Conqueror's, and the sword at his hip belonged to Visenya. In that moment, he felt as he always should, both a dragon and a wolf. Yet today, he felt only one of those things. As he sat down, he looked out at the lords of the West, eager to see if they were ready to follow a dragon into war. "My lords, you've had time to make your choice, and I'll say no more than this: a monster sits on the throne and has committed unspeakable acts. Were I not who I am, under my hand you would march for justice and vengeance. I too march for these things, but I seek to right a wrong that has been 5 and 10 years in the making. Under a lion or a dragon. We march, my lords. So, what is your choice?" Jay shouted over the rising din of voices. Lord Roland Crakehall stood, his imposing figure commanding attention as the hall fell silent. "8 years ago, you came to us," he began, his voice steady. "Like many others, I questioned our liege lord's intent. To name a bastard as his squire was no small matter. So we tested you, poked and prodded, and over time, every man in this room came to respect you, for the improvements you made in the West and your feats on the tournament grounds. Jay scanned the room, noticing the nods of agreement among the lords. I never cared for the dragons or the stags. What have they ever done to help the West? What do they care for me and mine? I've never known a good king, nor one who thinks of anyone but himself. So maybe it's time the realm had won, I say. The sound of fists hitting tabletops echoed through the hall, and men began to stomp their feet in approval. I know the man who sits the throne is not a true king, but I know the man who stands in this hall will be. So I'll ride with you, I'll fight with you, and I'll see you crowned, Jaehaerys Targaryen, the king from the west, Lord Crakehall declared loudly. The king from the west, the other lords echoed, their voices rising in a chorus. The king from the west. Amidst the roar of approval, Jay could hear her, Rhaenix, soaring over the rock, her roar louder than any. Jay hoped they could hear her all the way to King's Landing. He hoped Robert could hear, and Jon Arryn, and anyone who dared to stand in his way. As Rhaenix roared again, Jay smiled. We're coming for you, and we bring fire and blood.